Mm-hmm. It's a count at Estoril for race 1. Before we get to the racing today, let's go back to where the 2026 action began, in Barcelona for round 1. The Momoven Moto4 European Cup delivered one of the stories of the weekend. It was Lorenzo Petelli on pole, while Alvaro Lucas started from 28th on the grid after a slow riding penalty in Saturday qualifying. 28th, remember that? The battle was fierce at the front, but Lucas delivered the kind of ride that defines a season. He threaded through the field over 14 corners lap after lap, picking his moments and never making a mistake when it mattered most. The battle for first went down to the wire, with Lucas just edging it. Leopard's Eduardo Savino crossed the line just 0.06 of a second behind for his maiden podium, while pole sitter Lorenzo Petelli completed the top 3 after leading for much of the race. Welcome to Portugal, welcome to the Portuguese Riviera, and welcome to Estoril for round 2 of the MotoJunior FIM World Championship. We've got 6 spectacular races coming up today, beginning with a Momoven Moto4 European Cup. My name's Connor Doherty, and I'll be enjoying the action with you alongside Lewis Ray. Lewis, the sun is shining, the revs are rising. How are you feeling for this one?
Yeah, it's looking like it's going to be an exciting start to Sunday's schedule. Of course, the Momoven Moto4 European Cup just moments away. We've already had some action this morning in the last chance race, so we have a few extra riders joining us, but what we've seen this morning was close racing yet again, and it looks like we're going to have much of the same as what we saw in Barcelona.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, these two circuits, Barcelona and Estoril, very technical, and of course, that long start-finish straight. So I think we could be seeing some very interesting last corner manoeuvres over the course of proceedings over the entire day as well. And of course, there we see the number 46 of Alvaro Lucas, who has been absolutely sensational so far this season. I mean, I think about Barcelona, and genuinely, I start shaking a bit because it was just such an impressive ride.
Yeah, it was such an impressive ride from himself. He'll be looking to repeat that today, but a lot less work to do. I mean, he's starting from pole position. He would have liked that in Barcelona, I'm sure, but he gave himself a challenge and proved he was still able to pull it off. Obviously, though, a talented front row of the grid. I mean, we've got Savino and Tamburini joining them, and let's not forget Lorenzo Petelli. He has the pace here today. He's starting down on the back of row 2 after a penalty on Saturday.
Yeah, he would have been on the front row. He's fast enough to be on the front row. He's been very quick all weekend, and he'll be ruining the fact that that error, that maybe lack of maturity on the bike has just cost him a place on the front row. As we see now the sighting lap, the rider's getting a taste of track action here.
Beautiful conditions as well today, let's not forget. I mean, all weekend long, from very first practice on Friday into Saturday into qualifying as well, it's been scorching conditions. If anything, here on Sunday, it's the coldest day we've had. I mean, it's sitting around the low 20 degrees temperature on average around the circuit here in Estoril. But still, scorching temperatures, perfect conditions for racing, and completely different to what the riders had last year.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, if we look back to last year, I mean, it was windy, it was rainy, every session felt a bit different in terms of the conditions, and that was so difficult to get to grips with for the riders as well. This time around, as you mentioned there, the conditions are absolutely fantastic, and it's going to be a real pleasure for the riders out there as well to enjoy the action here in Estoril.
Yeah, they're going to enjoy this opening race of the day. Let's not forget as well, two races on offer here today, 50 points up for grabs, unlike in Barcelona where we just had the sole race, just 25 points there on offer. So a completely new challenge, a completely new mindset as well for these riders, having to get used to 2 races in the schedule. It's not going to be too much of a challenge for the likes of Alvaro Lucas, who's been in the championship now for 2 seasons, but other riders, that's their first season, that's their rookie season in the class. This is the first time they've had to get used to doing 2 races in one day.
Yes, it's incredible because it's my first position in this championship, and I'm very happy. Thank you for my team because this weekend is very good job, and I'm ready for tomorrow, and we will see. Yeah, I think tomorrow is a difficult race because in the second race the track is very hot because it's the 2 o'clock, and in the first is 11, and I think it's possible winner the race and nothing more. We will see.
Well, we absolutely will see Alvaro. It's going to be a pleasure for us, of course, to be watching you starting this race from pole position. Though into the stats, he's got that opening win, starting from P28 in Barcelona, and managed to just weave his way through the field for that last lap win. An absolutely incredible performance there. Just, I think, 6 thousandths of a second ahead of Eduardo Savino, who is going to be starting from P2. So it's great to see this emerging rivalry between these two riders as well, Lewis.
Yeah, exactly. There was nothing in it in Barcelona. Now, we're not too far from getting going here on Sunday. Of course, this is the opening race of the day here in Estoril. We have 6 races on show for everyone as we have a little look through the front row of the grid. Savino, as we mentioned, starting in second in search of that first win of 2026. Missed out so close. Nonetheless, he proved he has the pace, especially in the latter laps, to get himself in good track position to be able to strike.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what we saw in Barcelona, you have to hope is going to be setting the tone for the rest of this season, because we saw such a huge amount of talent on display from these Moto4 European Cup riders, showing exactly why they deserve to be here and why they deserve to be part of this program. Here we have in P3 completing the front row, Mattias Tamburini. It's going to be interesting to see what the AC Racing ride is capable of doing from the front row as well.
Difficult round 1 for Tamburini, let's not forget. P21 in the finish up for himself, but a front row start this time around. Solid starting point for him, so he'll be looking to do some damage here today and to pick up his first points of the season. I mean, we have 2 races here today. We have 2 races on quite a few rounds this year, but the 2026 season does go very, very quickly. I mean, 7 rounds across the year. You need to pick up good points nice and early.
Yeah, especially. That's why they're going to have to take advantage of the fact that we've got these 2 races, 50 points on offer here, and that can make such a difference over the course of the championship. Just looking at Ignacio Galanda, the Spaniard, is going to be starting from P4, and some fans trying to get the best photo possible of proceedings here in Portugal. Fairly perfect plan, I think. Portuguese Riviera, Sunday of racing, you can't beat it, can you, Lewis?
Yeah, you can't quite beat it. I mean, maybe a little picnic as well at the side of the circuit, why not? Matteo Mariolanda, though, now starting on the second row of the grid. P8 for himself in Barcelona. It was a solid ride for him, but finding a few extra tenths here at Estoril to place himself in the middle of that second row. A nice starting spot as well. He can choose either side of the circuit, depending on how good of a start he gets. But he has some tough competition on that second row of the grid, as we mentioned. Lorenzo Pertelli should have been starting on that front row. He's going to go from P6, and here he is just on the edge of that second row. Of course, a podium finisher this season already. So 3rd place for himself in Barcelona. And now Lorenzo Pertelli, what can he do? Irresponsible riding was the reason for the penalty. But here today, he's going to put that to the back of his mind and push.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's going to need to show real maturity to be able to do that as well, because it's difficult mentally to cope with the fact that he was pushed off the front row, but he's got to deal with the cards that he's been dealt and try and do as well as possible from the second row.
Yeah, some of the Moto3 Junior World Championship riders, they're watching on the grid. Don't take Travis Borg watching on, but Dakagan we're just looking at. Well, Alfonso has had a solid season so far as well for himself as part of the Honda Asian Dream team, and well, he's going to be going from the start of the 3rd row of the grid. And well, the good thing about European Talent Cup, as we learned in Barcelona, it doesn't matter so much about your qualifying position, and really what's going to matter is how good of a start you're going to get and how willing you are to get your elbows out on these first couple of laps.
Keep it clean though, boys, keep it clean.
Yeah.
I think it's really important to note as well the huge amount of nationalities we've got on this grid. We just saw Daki and there, obviously from the Philippines. It's fantastic to see the talent from all around the world coming together for the Moto4 European Cup and performing at such a high level there. So here we have Christian Borelli there as well, who's also on that 3rd row.
Yeah, on the 3rd row of the grid, it's good qualifying as well for himself. And as you mentioned about the nationalities, I think we had roughly 20, 21 or so on the entry list for this weekend. Obviously, not all the riders get to take part in the Moto4 European Championship, and that wasn't decided until this morning with the last chance qualifier race.
Yeah.
Obviously, most of the spots decided in qualifying yesterday, as we see that some of the teams making their way off the grid, meaning we're not too far away from getting going.
No, we aren't at all. We're very excited to see things get underway here in Estoril for our season, second round of the season, an opening race of the day here in the MotoJunior FIM World Championship. Leonardo Casadei, another Italian rider with a huge future ahead of him. Really just bags of talent.
Yeah, bags of talent. And well, he's part of the VR46 Academy.
Absolutely.
I mean, I think he's got some eyes on him anyway, to say the very least. But yeah, good qualifying for himself. But as we said, not too far from getting going. And Almeida, of course, very, very experienced in the Moto4 category now in the European Cup paddock. And well, he goes into 2026 with high expectations. You would expect certainly of consistently finishing inside that top 10. But as we mentioned, we're not too far away from getting going for race one. Your pole sitter, Alvaro Lucas, looks ready. And, well, it's time to go racing. Now then, let's have a look at the starting grid for the opening race of the day with Alvaro Lucas, Eduardo Savino and Tamburini starting on the front row. Galan Marulanda and Lorenzo Pertelli, after a penalty, goes from row 2. Further down the order, Takagam, Borelli and Irfan starts from row 3 with Casadei, Almeida and Finn Crackerville rounding out the top 12. Eric Ruz, Ethan Sparks and Alessio Arnold go from the top 15 with Zaragoza, Nativi and Boxberger rounding out the top 18. Ramila, Michaelu Sanchez and Martinezzi goes from the top 21 with Dabon, Perez and Osorio on P24. Sanchez, Casablancas and Cubeles, after a penalty as well from himself, goes from the top 27. Reyes, Cantos and Smith rounding out the grid, of course. They got through on the last chance race earlier on. But well, Connor, we're not too far from getting going on this warm-up lap, and then we're going to be looking for lights out for the first time here on Sunday.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely incredible. Of course, the warm-up lap first, the riders getting their last taste of pre-competitive action where they can get to grips as much as possible with this technical Estoril track. So they're going to need to make as much, take as much of advantage of this as possible. And as we mentioned earlier, just such beautiful conditions to go racing here. It's going to be getting a lot hotter, I think, as the day goes on. But right now, for this opening race, well, it's just absolutely perfect out there.
Yeah, it's perfect. And I mean, what a setting to have a motorcycle racing venue. The surroundings of the Estoril circuit are next to none. I mean, it reminds you of places like Mugello. We were speaking about it earlier on in the weekend, just how beautiful the background of the circuit actually is. Yeah,
the Cascades Mountains, the towns around, Sintra. I mean, it's a huge, huge location on any touristic calendar, and it's absolutely wonderful that the FIM MotoJunior World Championship is coming here and that we get to enjoy the racing here, as do the Portuguese people nearby as well, and people from wherever they come from all over the world. You can go to the beach on the Saturday and then enjoy some racing on the Sunday.
Yeah, and the weather that we've had this weekend, I'm sure there would have been quite a few people, even some of the riders after yesterday's action, heading to the beach for a little bit of relaxation, because it's been an intense weekend for them, whether that be a lot of practice sessions, of course, into the qualifying Q1, Q2, and it's such a physical circuit, especially in this final sector over at turns 9, turns 10, and then winding it all the way up into the final sector with a big, big final corner.
Yeah, absolutely, that final corner, the Parabolica, Ayrton Senna, could be absolutely crucial. We mentioned it earlier, but coming out of turn 13, the last corner on this track, is going to be absolutely crucial. Who's going to be able to get the most drive? Who's going to get the best line? I mean, it's a long run down to the finish line, so it's going to be very, very interesting to see what happens there.
So we're not too far from getting going. 15 laps, as we mentioned, plenty of drama in the Moto4 European Cup. What's going to happen this time around? Can we see Alvaro Lucas making it 2 from 2 in 2026? We're not going to have to wait too much longer to find out what type of start he's going to get this time.
Yeah, it's going to be crucially important. And something else that's really important as well, we've seen how well he performed in Barcelona, of course, but you need to be consistent.
Yeah.
This grid is full of talent, and there we have the red flag at the front. We are just about ready to get racing here in the Moto4 European Cup. Just seconds away. The revs are rising here in Portugal. The riders taking their positions on the grid. The green flag waves. The lights will be on at any moment. There they are. And the lights are off, and we are away in the Momoven Moto4 European Cup for race 1. And there's the start. How crucial is that going to be? Who's going to be leading the line as we head towards turn 1?
It looks like Savino's managed to get the whole shot on the run to turn 1. Lucas slotted into second. So Alvaro Lucas, a good start from him, but Savino getting the jump and everyone through nice and clean.
Yeah, Savino did absolutely fantastically there, but he's already under pressure from Alvaro Lucas, who takes the lead. What a move from Lucas there. Well, it looked like he'd just conceded the lead there briefly, but he's taking it right back.
Diving down the inside at turn 3, that was job done for himself. Now at turn 4, then we wind up the power. Look for slipstream as well down this long back straight. There is a kink in it at turn 5 that we're going through now, but nonetheless, slipstream's so crucial in this class.
Absolutely, it's absolutely vital. We'll see that at turns 5 and 6 as well. As we approach towards the hairpin, it's still Alvaro in the lead. It looked like Savino was trying to make a move there. It wasn't quite close enough as we go through this left-hander and head down into sector 3.
Dakigan as well, having a little look behind. He was unable to pull that one off on the AC Racing team rider, but it does look like he's been doing it this time around. Down the inside he goes, and Tamburini pushed back yet another position.
Yeah, Dakigan then in P4 for the time being. A very good start for him as well, as we mentioned there. But Alvaro Lucas, who is still leading as we go through this complicated sector here. The final sector, turns 9, 10 and 11. And into turn 12 now goes Lucas.
Into the final sector we go, the Parabolica Ayrton Senna in a few moments time over at turn 13. There's multiple lines through here, and it's just about wind up the power, carrying the corner speed and tucking in behind to try and get a move done. The two AC Racing team riders going head to head. It looks like that's yet another position loss for the number 18, but Lucas leading on lap 1.
Yeah, it looked like Borelli a bit further back as well was trying to make a move there. It's actually Marolanda who's got ahead and moved into P5, but that's the first time we've seen these riders coming out of turn number 13, but they're so fast, they're already moving into sector 2 here at the front.
Already into sector 2, a very quick turn 2, and then sets up a move for turn 3. Will we see it done this time around for Pratelli? He looks up the inside, and well, he thinks better of it, because that was getting very tight.
Yeah, Dakigan just managed to hold on there, but the pressure is on.
Yeah, the pressure's on at the front. Yellow flag's out over at turn 3. Hopefully everyone is okay there, but nonetheless, Savino, he's keeping tabs on Lucas here. Alvaro Lucas, he's not stretching the gap.
No, he's not at all. Savino doing exactly what he needs to do. He might well be just thinking about this in terms of raycraft, in terms of just hanging behind. I say that, it looked like he might have been trying to make a move there as we go through turn number 6.
Yeah, and that is what the yellow flag was out for. So Evan Boxberger has crashed out, so a big shame there for the 36. Of course, he'll still have one more opportunity later on today. Irfan as well at the back of this group. He's having a nice old look at the AC Racing team riders, but Pratelli, what a good start it's been for him. He's just sitting behind Dakigan as a few more moves get made behind, and that finally looks like the 27 trying to make up some ground. So Mario Landa getting his elbows out.
Absolutely, it's exactly what you said these riders would need to do as they got to grips with this race. Get the elbows out, be aggressive where necessary, keeping it clean of course, but this is proving to be a really fantastic opening race in the Momoven Moto4 European Cup. It is still Alvaro Lucas who leads from Savino, but Savino right behind as we head down the start-finish straight.
Heading down the start-finish straight, side by side, nearly 3 wide across the timing beam now. Irfan gets the both of them, and will Savino trying to get a move done. He's going to be on the wrong side of the circuit now, and well, that gap has came down 44 thousandths of a second across the line between our leaders.
Absolutely incredible. This is so close. Eduardo Savino with the fastest lap, 1:46.240, and he's getting closer and closer here as we go through the hairpin turns and the first left-hander of the circuit, turn number 4.
Yeah, it's a big left-hander is turn 4. I mean, it's the first time you're on the left-hand side of the tyre since turn 12. And of course, you've got a couple of straights, a couple of corners since then. So sometimes it can be a little bit cold, but luckily, nice and hot temperatures here today.
Yeah, the track temperature's going to be rising as well over the course of proceedings. Savino there just behind Alvaro Lucas. We've seen him as we approach turn 6 several times. looking as if he might give it a go and just thinking better of it. He's happy for the time being to just hang behind, maybe a bike length behind Alvaro Lucas.
Borelli as well, picking up yet another position. He's trying to work his way through that order, but the issue is the more these guys battle behind in the final spot for the podium in third, the more these top two are going to get away.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really playing into their hands at the moment as this battle for what would be provisionally the final third spot on the podium. But Alvaro Lucas and Eduardo Savino really setting the pace for the time being.
Yeah, they're setting the pace at the front of the field. Fastest lap last time around went the way of Savino at 1:46.240. Of course, we'll wait and see what's going to happen this time around, because it looks like Savino, he's going to be setting up a move on the run to turn one. In fact, he could already get it done before we arrive there, but as it stands, Alvaro Lucas going defensive and putting Savino on the wrong side of the circuit is yet again another fastest lap.
And Dakigan moves onto the podium provisionally ahead of Bratelli as well. Savino looked like he was briefly ahead, but just not able to make it stick there. But we saw just how important that turn 13, the Ayrton Senna Parabolica, really is, and how crucial it could prove to be on what's left of this race.
Championship standings were on the right hand of your screen there. Of course, it's still early stages in 2026, but points make prizes at the end of the day. Savino having a little look there, but it looks like he's going to back out of it, and he has indeed so, sitting light and stern in P2.
So difficult for the graphics team as well to put those graphics up, because the championship standing was changing as we saw it emerge. Briefly, Savino would have been the leader, but Lucas just took the position right back.
Yeah, Alvaro Lucas remaining in P1. Irfan now becoming the fastest rider out on circuit. Of course, he's sitting down in P6 at the back of this field. He's got likes of Bratelli, Borelli and Dakigan to get through if he wants any hope of catching these top two riders.
Yeah, he's got a real job on his hands, because these front two riders are doing so well. And the pack behind really need to just sort it out and try and catch up and stop battling between themselves. They know that if they give the two riders up front a bit of breathing space, they're going to take full advantage as well, because they're pulling ahead.
Quite often we see riders tapping the back of their seat, telling riders just to follow them, but let's be honest, that never works. I've not once seen it work, but yet God loves a trier, and they're going to definitely try it, as Savino is going to try a move on the run to turn one. He gets the drive out to turn 13, and for the first time in this race, he takes the race lead. Can Alvaro Lucas respond at turn one? We await to find out. Heavy on the anchors now, and the 31 does lead.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff on that start-finish straight from Eduardo Savino. We saw how important turn 13 would be over the previous couple of laps, and now he has made it count. He's taken the lead and is leading Alvaro Lucas, but Lucas is not going to be giving that up lightly whatsoever. Savino's going to need to try and pull away, but it's going to be so tough with the rider of Alvaro Lucas' caliber just behind him.
Yeah, it's going to get tight in this one. Around 2.5 tenths over the line last time around. Absolutely nothing in this form of race. And I mean, look at Alvaro Lucas through here. He's going to tuck into the slipstream and gain back any margin that he lost last time around. Lucas is going to be on the attack here, or he does have the option to sit behind and try to learn where he's going to be able to make a move late in the race.
It's going to be very interesting to see his approach to this. Needs to be calm, and he knows that there's still lots of laps for us to enjoy here. He can just hang back, as you say there, and try and figure out where is going to be the right place to make the move. Maybe he's going to try and make the move that Savino made on him at turn 13.
Yeah, and it's these types of races when you're locked in a championship battle, even though it's super early in the season, where you do not want it to be throwing it down the road. These are the points which can make or break a championship campaign at the end of the season. But Eduardo Savino, I mean, what an incredible ride it's been so far. You can tell after missing out by 0.006 of a second in Barcelona, he is hungry.
Yeah, he's going to be absolutely famished, I think it's fair to say, especially knowing that it's Lucas who denied him that win by such a small margin. Still said Savino, who is leading now as we go approach turn one. Is Alvaro Lucas close enough to make a move? He's not even going to bother trying. And currently in P3, it is Dakigan. We just saw that Almeida has had a crash there a bit further back.
Yeah, so disappointing for him. I mean,
yeah,
we were speaking about super experienced rider, and we see a replay of the crash over at turns 9 and turns 10, and just tagging the back of the bike in front, and down he goes over the top of the motorcycle, luckily straight up on his feet.
Yeah, he'll be pleased to have a second opportunity in race 2 later today, but not the end that the Portuguese rider would have wanted in his home race.
Yeah, in his home race and looking for solid points. Of course, still race 2 to come later on today, but all the on-watching crowd's eyes will be on this battle as Savino runs slightly wide and Alvaro Lucas down the inside reclaims P1, but of course now he's going to be on the outside forward the next corner. Luckily, move already made. The 46 leads yet again.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal from Alvaro Lucas there. He was biding his time and he pounced the moment the mistake was made by Savino ahead of him, and Alvaro Lucas reclaims the lead and reclaims the lead of the championship.
Yeah, it's an important move to say the very least. Already building it towards the final sector, such a technical final sector, so demanding on these front tyres. I mean, you're asking absolutely everything from the Pirelli compounds as we head through turn 13 yet again. And Savino, well, he's going to try and tuck into the slipstream.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it worked for him before. This time around, we'll see whether he's going to try something again. Not quite close enough, but slightly different lines there. And Savino does pull ahead there, tucking into the slipstream, and is now leading this race once again.
Yeah, you could see the speed difference there with the slipstream as Bertelli now gets ahead of Mario Landa. So Bertelli up into P5, of course, still unable to reclaim his podium position spots. But Dakugan, I mean, keep an eye on him. He's sitting P3, and it looks like he's managed to stretch a slight couple of bike lengths between himself and Borelli, and now is chasing these front two now the battle has begun.
Yeah, it's going to be really playing into Dakugan's hand, as well as these other riders who are just behind. They're not out of this, not by a long shot for the time being. But Dakugan is leading, just dragging everyone else back into this conflict at the front. And while the two leaders, Savino and Lucas, battle it out, well, it just plays into everyone else's hands behind them.
Yeah, around 0.2 of a second quicker last time around. And well, if the front two continue to scrap, that's going to come down as this race goes on. 9 laps remaining, of course, this being the battle for fourth. Borelli at the head of this field on the number 7. So doing a good job so far, defending over the likes of Bertelli, Irfan and Mario Landa, who continue to scrap behind. And it looks like Savino getting very close to the green there.
Oh, a little moment there for Savino, but such a technical part of the circuit here in Sector 3 as we move into the final sector. Savino is still leading now as we go into the Parabolica. Ayrton Senna. This battle for fourth really is looking quite tasty indeed. These riders really trying to catch up with Dakugan, who's just half a second ahead.
Yeah, such a good scrap for P4, and well, if these guys can settle it out for 1 or 2 laps, we could soon see a 7-rider battle for the lead. But instead, they're going to go free wide on the run to turn 1, and Bertelli's on the inside here, 4 wide nearly between them. 67 does look up the inside, but it looks like Irfan is going to go to the head of that group and head into P4.
Yeah, Dakugan then just sitting comfortably in P3 for the time being. He's got a margin ahead and behind, but he's getting closer as he approaches. These two are really going for it there, and it is on the inside. And turn 3, and Lucas pulls ahead there. He's able to make it stick as well. Savino keeping the pressure on, but Alvaro Lucas now leads.
Solid job yet again, and well, Savino clearly feeling the pressure, and well, now he's going to feel the pressure as well from the number 51. Dakugan is there, and he's ready to pounce. Will he make a move over at turn 6? The answer to that is no. Of course, it's been the interior Parabolica, but Alvaro Lucas, a good job so far for himself. And if we see Dakugan and Savino make a couple of moves on each other, this is going to be the opportunity for Alvaro Lucas to sprint into the distance.
Yeah, absolutely. Dakugan's done so much hard work so far, and he's not going to let that be wasted. He's going to try and get past Savino as quickly as possible. It looked like he was close to making a move there earlier, but he wasn't quite close enough. But the pressure is building now on Savino, and Dakugan is really closing in.
Yeah, and let's not forget as well, Dakugan last time around in Barcelona, he had a P14 finish, picked up 2 points from the entire weekend. Now he arrives here at Estoril, and he's on the podium places, and it looks like he could be in a position to fight for the race win.
Yeah, absolutely. The Honda Asia Dream Racing team are doing absolutely fantastic work there, as we are now on the start-finish straight once again, and Savino does appear to take back the lead. Is he going to be able to keep it as we go into first corner here in Estoril?
Taking his normal line on the run to turn one, he does.
Look at that.
And there,
There it is. Dakigan hits the front. What a move there from Dakigan.
2 for the price of 1. Dakigan, job done for himself at the head of Savino and Alvaro Lucas. Lucas, in the space of 1 corner, has been pushed all the way back from first to P3. And now the question is, are we going to see 4, 5, 5th and 6th catching up as well? Here's a replay of the move. The 51 on the inside. The bike making some shapes underneath him, but able to overtake both Lucas and Savino. Job done for himself, and Dakigan, our race leader.
And deservedly so. He was really trying to catch up with the early leaders here, the early pace setters, Savino and Lucas, and he did so well to get back into the battle with them, and now he's going to be facing an entirely different kind of battle. He's gone quite wide there. Is any rider going to be able to take advantage of that? He's still leading. Dakigan just managed to survive there as the pressure builds, and Savino close behind.
This group has truly bunched up now. I mean, you can visibly see it. Dakigan, what pace can he do at the front of the field? Last time around, he did a 1:46.1. That was 6/10 quicker than the likes of Savino and Alvaro Lucas, as we see Bertelli continuing to have a good scrap as well for the final couple of spots inside the top 5. But what's the pace going to be as we build towards the final corner and towards the start-finish line yet again?
I'm not sure if it's the excitement of this opening race or the heat in the commentary box, but I am sweating with enjoyment here. This is absolutely fantastic racing. Dakigan really impressive as we are once again on the start-finish straight. This is where he managed to make the move to hit the front. He's going to have to make sure that no one manages to make the same move on him now.
Now Irfan up the inside, he goes for himself into 2nd position. So number 4 making moves himself. Alvaro Lucas remaining in 3rd, and now it's Savino in P4. But Savino going to be looking for a move over at turn 2, unable to make it work this time around. Is it going to be Lucas pouncing over at turn 3? The answer to that is a big resounding yes. The 46 down the inside.
Absolutely, Lucas wasn't going to need inviting twice at all, or was he there? But this is an absolutely fantastic provisional podium. We've got the Philippines, we've got Malaysia, and we've got Spain all battling it out here in the Momoven Moto4 European Cup. What a fantastic competition this is.
This has been one of these races which has brewed from start to finish, and I think on this last lap it's going to get very spicy indeed. Savino looking for a little opportunity there, but there was no room in the end. Wide yet again for Dakigan. I'm almost starting to wonder if he's just trying to carry more corner speed, maybe even overriding the bike ever so slightly now that he's in P1.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be facing real pressure from Lucas, who we know is not going to be giving up anytime soon. If we've seen him come from P28, he can come from P2 to win a race. But the pressure is on as we enter into the final sector here in Estoril.
A terrible couple of corners for Savino. He's all the way at the back of this pack now, sitting behind Mario Landa, so down to P7 for Savino. He's got some work to do now, and it's going to be a whole type of pressure. He needs to stay calm, he needs to stay focused and reset his mind to get ahead of this group while he sees the likes of Alvaro Lucas going side by side in a few moments' time with Dakigan for the race lead as we head towards turn 1 to make it 5 laps to go.
Yeah, 5 laps to go, and it looks like Alvaro Lucas is taking full advantage of that slipstream and might well have moved into the front. But look at that, look at Irfan there on the interior, but it is Alvaro Lucas who manages to take back the lead as we go into turn 1.
Yeah, Irfan, he's so strong at turn 1 for multiple laps now. Dakigan, he's pushed back down to P4, and Bertelli, well, he should have been starting 3rd. Now he's sitting P3. Did look up the inside for P2, but thought better of it. So the Italian sits 3rd, but it's Alvaro Lucas continuing to lead.
Yeah, Alvaro Lucas from Irfan, and Bertelli now in P3. He's done well to battle through the pack that was following the leading 2 for much of this race. Do have a retirement there. Oliver Cantos, ECh Racing, just pulling into the pits there. Shame to see his race come to an end with just 5 laps to go.
Yeah, a real shame for him. Of course, he has one more opportunity later on this afternoon. As we see Savino, a few places already made up on this circulation. Meanwhile, Bertelli's under pressure from Dakigan. And well, Alvaro Lucas, you have to say, he's managed to stretch 1 or 2 bike lengths on this lap so far.
Yeah, he has, but there's still plenty of racing here in Estoril in this opening race in the Momoven Moto4 European Cup as we go into the final sector here. Bertelli now in P2.
An incredible move for Pratelli. Dakigan having the moment on the rear, and then is that going to give Savino a chance? The answer to that is yes. He looks to get the undercut as we head towards turn 13. Side by side, leaning on each other, and now the 27 trying to get involved. So Mario Landa able to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, Savino trying to make a move there, just not really being able to pull it off. And it is still Alvaro Lucas who leads as we go down the start-finish straight towards turn number 1. Once again, we've seen it prove so vital over the course of this race so far. This time around, well, it's still Lucas who is leading. Pratelli in P2, but it looks like he's just able to keep that on the inside of Irfan as well.
Yeah, having the inside line. Does he run it wide ever so slightly? Yes, he does. Is that going to give Irfan a chance over at turn 2? No, it does not. 4 laps remaining in this one. A few more moves getting made on the edge of the top 10, but no. Irfan thinking better of it.
Yeah, it looked like he was going to go for it there, but just not quite close enough. Irfan really looking to move up to P2 there. He's desperate to get it. George into the battle, and now he has taken advantage of the fact that Pratelli went wide, and Irfan moves up to P2. Lucas is now 7.5 tenths of a second ahead of this battling group for P2.
Yeah, 6 tenths quicker last time around for Lucas. Pratelli looking to respond over at turn 6, and he does indeed. Is Dakigan going to fall through as well? No, he does not. Mario Landa getting close to Dakigan's back wheel. All of them staying on 2 wheels so far, but a great move there from Pratelli.
Alvaro Lucas, his gap is now almost a second. He's taking full advantage of the fact that these riders behind are battling for the 2 remaining podium positions. This is exactly what Alvaro Lucas would have wanted. Absolutely perfect situation for him. Now he can really try and pull ahead with just over.
Oh, Irfan's down. Irfan's down, taking out Pratelli with him. He tried to dive down the inside over at turn 9, lost the front and made contact with the number 67. That's going to help Alvaro Lucas yet again.
Absolutely. Well, as long as everyone's okay there, Camille Irfan there, the confirmation there, but that just proving how difficult and technical a track this is. Such a difficult point of the Estoril circuit, and now the gap for Alvaro Lucas is just growing and growing.
Yeah, it looks like he lost the front of us. Obviously, we'll see a replay hopefully soon if everyone's okay, but it looks like he lost the front quite upright, so maybe squeezing too much of the front brake, asking too much from the tyre, as Savino trying to make a move yet again. This has reduced this second group massively. I mean, Connor, 4 riders now in this second group battling for the podium positions, as it looks like Lucas having the moment himself.
Absolutely. Well, it just goes to show that you need to make sure that you're there at the front battling. You don't need to be leading, you don't need to be in a podium position. You need to take advantage of any situation that you can, and that has worked out well for Mario Landa and Dakigan now. Savino now in P4.
Doing a good job so far, obviously, Savino. This is going to be a chance to pick up another P2 as we have a look at the moment from Alvaro Lucas. As we said, just on the exit of turn 2 before turn 3, luckily composing himself before the braking zone. Here's a replay of the incident though, and you see Irfan just losing the front, asking too much from it, and well, Pratelli, he was in the way, and sadly, the bystander of the situation. Now though, continuing on, 3 laps remaining, we see Dakigan continuing to lead this group. Savino doing a good job as well, but he's been overtaken by Mario Landa. I mean, we've not spoken about Mario Landa so much, but he's done a good job so far, being nice and composed in this group.
Composed, mature, taking the opportunities as they come, and now that's paying dividends for him. He's into a podium position, and that could be huge for the Colombian rider.
Yeah, it could be a great result for him. Some heavy points anyway for the start of Sunday. Now we make it towards the start-finish line yet again. We get 2 laps to go. We're building towards a blockbuster finish, certainly for the battle for the final spots on the podium. And it looks like Borelli at the back of this group losing ground ever so slightly, but Savino picking up yet another position, pushing Mario Landa back down outside of the podium places.
Yeah, Savino, once again, we've said how important it was going to be throughout the race. Getting that slipstream on that start-finish straight, Savino's just delivered a masterclass there to move into the final podium position. Now he's behind Dakigan. Can he do better here as we go into the hairpin turn number 3 and approach the first left-hander of the track?
Doing a good job so far. Turn 4 now, Savino up the inside, he does look, but Dakigan just closing the door, shut in his face. On the power we go yet again, slipstream proven to be crucial. Who's going to brake deepest as we build towards turn 6?
Dakigan still leading, but then again, in a slipstream there, can he get ahead of Savino? No, it is Savino who now moves into P2. Absolutely fantastic stuff from Savino as we go into sector 3.
A great move for himself there over at turn 6. Now building it towards turn 7, turns 8, 2 double right-handers in quite quick succession actually. And then obviously turns 9, turns 10. Dakigan having the moment himself there on the rear. Mario Landa, well, he's going to be tasting blood as he looks up the inside over at turn 9. Thinks better of it though, obviously. They've seen what's happened with likes of Irfan and Pratelli, and maybe a little bit apprehensive to make a move there.
You can understand the caution after seeing an incident like that. As we go through the parabolic at Ayrton Senna and approach the start-finish straight. Penultimate time now.
On the power we go yet again. Savino, a slightly wider line on the exit of turn 13. Is that going to help Dakigan as we look towards the start-finish line yet again? 1 lap remaining, the final circulation in the Momoven Moto4 European Cup. Dakigan on the outside here. He's going to be doing well to get that second place, and he does think better of it and slots back into third.
Yeah, he had a good think about it, but just didn't feel like it was the right time. We still got plenty of opportunities on this last lap in the opening race in the Momoven Moto4 European Cup here in Estoril. It's delivered from start to finish so far, and this last lap is going to be full of excitement as, again, Dakigan looking to make a move there, not quite close enough to Savino, but this battle for P2 is proving to be sensational.
Yeah, this is going to go all the way to the checkered flag at the end of the race. Savino leading this group down the back straight now. Dakigan in the slipstream. What can the 51 do? He'll look down the inside in a few moments' time. No, he will not, because he's too far back. Mario Landa as well and Borelli there to pick up any pieces if anything goes wrong in front of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, all playing into the hands of Alvaro Lucas, who's now 1.821 seconds ahead. He looks sure to come away from this with the win, and by a much bigger margin than last time around. But this battle for P2 is looking intense.
It's going to go down to the final sector. Into turn 9 we go. Mario Landa down the inside, overtaken Dakigan. Can he get the undercut though on the exit? The 51 back on the power and building it up with just a couple of corners remaining.
Yeah, there's absolutely nothing left here. We're going into turn number 13, the final corner. Who's going to get the drive as we approach the start-finish straight? Absolutely vital here to get the slipstream. The battle for P2 could go anywhere, but it is Alvaro Lucas who's sure to get the win. But here, position for P3, it's so close there. It is Alvaro Lucas who gets the win, followed by Savino, and Dakigan completes our podium in the opening race here in Estoril. Well, what about that? You can see what it means to the CF Moto Aspar team. Absolutely fantastic racing to get things underway here in Portugal. What about that? Absolutely incredible stuff. Those riders enjoyed it, and I think everyone watching at home did as well, Lewis.
Yeah, an incredible race from start to finish. Alvaro Lucas would have enjoyed that battle at the start at the very least, but I'm sure he'll be grateful that he had a margin, because in those last couple of laps, things were getting pretty dicey in the battle for second position.
Absolutely, but it shows a real variety to his racecraft, to his ability on the bike. The fact that last time out in Barcelona, he had to fight the way through the pack from P28. This time around, he was perfectly capable of leading from the front as well. He can ride by himself, he can ride as part of a group. Alvaro Lucas, where is the ceiling for him?
Yeah, it looks like the sky is the limit at the moment for the number 46. Been a pretty famous number in motorcycle race, if we do say so. But Alvaro Lucas, what an incredible ride. Of course, championship leader Savino, another second place for himself. This is going to add even more hunger for race 2 later on, you have to say.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic to see just how much the riders are enjoying their time out on track here in Portugal. Alfonso Dakigan as well, 5th place in the championship now. Absolutely sensational stuff from the Filipino rider. What a performance. A podium for him, and what he's going to absolutely relish. You can just see, there's the riders. There we go, the race-winning overtake from Alvaro Lucas. Coming off the start-finish straight and into turn 1. There's the crash that ended Pratelli's race. Irfan just losing the front at turn 9. Here we can see the end of the race. What a phenomenal race it was. A friendly finish to proceedings, but we can see now Alvaro Lucas going to Parc Fermé. to a well-deserved applause from the Aspar team there. Another P1, and a P1 delivered in style. He had to fight this time, especially at the beginning of the race. But he finished it fairly comfortably, you have to say. Savino moves into position for P2 and Dakia for P3. First podium for Dakigan. It's going to be such a confidence boost for him as we get this season well and truly underway in the Momoven Moto4 European Cup. Alvaro Lucas celebrating there. A worthy winner. 50 points under his belt now. 2 P1 finishes. We've got another race to come, of course, here in Portugal. Is he going to be able to come away? 75 points from the opening 3 races. Well, given his track record so far, one rider who's going to be doing everything he can to make sure that doesn't happen is Eduardo Savino. 2 P2 finishes, 2 podiums, 2 spectacular rides. Phenomenal work from the Italian. Here we do have Monty Dakigan, P7 on the grid, up to P3, a podium finish. There he is, just trying to give the camera a little kiss there. Quite difficult with the helmet on, you have to say, but phenomenal stuff from Dakigan. Here we can see just how close that was. He just pulled up on the inside, got past Marulanda there to take P3 by such a small margin. Back to Parc Fermé as these riders relish what was an absolutely incredible race and the fruits of having finished on the podium. We'll be hearing very shortly from Alvaro Lucas, our race winner in race 1 here in Portugal. Round 2 of the MotoJunior FIM World Championship. Savino. Just going up the stairs there towards the podium. Alvaro Lucas with another sensational ride. We'll be hearing from him very shortly. Lewis is down in Parc Fermé.
Alvaro Lucas, what a ride it was from yourself. I mean, having a good battle with Savino at the start of the race and then stretching the gap for the race win. How does that feel?
I'm very excited, no word, because it's an amazing race. Thank you for my team because it's a very good job this weekend. And he dedicated this race to my manager, my sponsor, my team, and my friends, Joel Esteban, Xavi, Jose, Rafa. He's an amazing person.
And just for your fans back at home in Spanish as well, please.
Sí, ha sido una increíble carrera, estoy súper emocionado porque estoy súper contento con el equipo porque ha hecho un gran trabajo este finde y he logrado escaparme y le quiero dar las gracias a mi manager, a todos mis sponsors, a mi equipo y se la quiero dedicar a todos mis amigos, a mi equipo y amigos como Joel Esteban, José Manuel, Rafa, Xavi, un montón de amigos.
Well done.
Thank you.
These are the highlights from the opening race in the Momoven Moto4 European Cup. In round 2 here in Estoril, Alvaro Lucas was on pole after a phenomenal start to the 2026 season in Barcelona and was looking to maintain that momentum in Portugal.
Bratelli would have started on the front row, but a penalty for irresponsible riding and qualifying saw him pushed down to P6. Eduardo Savino and Alvaro Lucas were battling throughout to try and really claim the front spot. It was chopping, it was changing, and a real rivalry between these two becomes very much self-evident. The start-finish straight proved to be absolutely vital throughout. The riders trying to get as much of an advantage from the slipstream as possible. Alphonse Dakigan also putting in a really inspired ride, hitting the front briefly, but he wasn't allowed to enjoy it for long. We also saw Irfan performing incredibly well. Alvaro Lucas wouldn't give up whatsoever though, and this leading group was chopping and changing throughout. Lucas eventually claiming back the lead and making it as tough as possible for his competitors, and finally pulling away. We did see a big incident late on with Irfan taking out Bratelli at turn 9, and that meant that the final spaces on the podium behind Lucas were up for grabs. Savino and Dakian fought it out with several other riders involved in that battle, including Marolanda for the final spot on the podium, but it was Alvaro Lucas who took his second win in 2026. Here we have then the podium after the opening race here in Portugal, the Momoven Moto4 European Cup.
O representante da equipa vencedora da CF Moto2 Junior Team. E vamos chamar para o terceiro lugar do pódio,
The team
terceiro
representative
classificado, Alfonso
from the
Dakigan.
Aspar team coming out as well, and Alfonso Dakigan.
Segundo
What a moment for him, what a
Eduardo
podium.
Savino.
There is Savino as well,
E a vitória
P2,
mais uma para
congratulating
Alvaro Lucas.
his rival on track, and Alvaro Lucas on the top spot once again, which means we will of course be hearing the Spanish
E vamos
national
chamar
anthem.
a representante da Federação de Motociclismo de Portugal, Gonçalo Moraes Sarmento, para entregar o troféu a David Redondo.
So Mr. Gonçalo Moraes Sarmento, the Vice President of the FMP, presenting the trophy to the team representative from
Entregar
Aspar,
também o troféu ao terceiro classificado,
and to
o piloto Alfonso Dakigan.
Alfonso Dakigan. Another kiss from him.
E para entregar o troféu ao segundo
Well-deserved
classificado,
P3.
temos Jean-Marc Deneux, representante
Jean-Marc Deneux, the Vice President of the FIM Europe, presents the trophy for P2. Savino with his second P2 of the season so far in 2026. And again, Alvaro Lucas with a trophy for first place here in Portugal. He's got one already this year in his trophy cabinet after finishing first in Barcelona, and now we will be hearing the Spanish national anthem.
E agora para a celebração com gasosa, e é por gasosa mesmo porque são todos muito jovens.
The Spanish national anthem there after a well-deserved win for Alvaro Lucas. It wasn't easy for him, he had to fight, especially at the beginning of that race, didn't he, Lewis?
Yeah, he did. He had to fight tooth and nail, and well, he comes out as the victor. Alvaro Lucas takes victory by 1.9 seconds over Eduardo Savino, yet again in second. Dakigan rounding off the podium. Matteo Mariolanda, Christian Borelli, and Velez round out the top 6 of Galan. Alessio Arnold and Romala rounded out the top 9. Finn Gretheville finishes 10th with Perez, Osorio and Zaragoza rounded out the top 13. Mikey Lu Sanchez finishes in P14 with Cassidy rounding out our point scorers. Tamburini, Reyes, Nativi and Ruz rounds out the top 9 team runners. Ethan Sparks finishing P20. Casablancas, Smith and Martinez behind. Debon, Sanchez finishing one lap down in P25, as then we have a few DNFs, the likes of Bertelli, Irfan, Oliver Cantos going into the pit lane, Almeida and Botsberger also having their crashes. A sad state of affairs in race one for them, but still another chance later on. Of course, points have been handed out at the end of the day. 50 points go the way of Alvaro Lucas. His incredible 2026 season continues with a 10-point advantage over Eduardo Savino. Borelli moves into P2 in the championship. The real losers this time out, though, being the likes of Bertelli and Irfan. They've both moved down 4 spots into 7th and 8th in the standings. Botsberger drops outside the top 10 in the championship standings as well. Just 10 points scored for himself this year, and with 0 points scored this time out. Now as well, Finn having a good ride. Finn Kirkville in P15, moving a couple spots up in the championship. Sanchez down 5 in P16, just 5 points to his name, tied with David Perez. Now though, moving down the order, Ethan Sparks as well, just 1 point scored for him, none so far in Estoril. Still another chance later on today in race 2 to make amends of that. But an incredible race one. Alvaro Lucas, his epic start to 2026 continues up, Connor.
Absolutely incredible stuff for Alvaro Lucas. We couldn't have praised him higher throughout the race, and now I think he's really demonstrated what he's capable of, and that he is the rider to beat. What a fantastic performance from Alvaro Lucas, but this grid, again, is full of talent, and it's not going to be an easy campaign for him in 2026 in the Moto4 European Cup. We've still got plenty of action coming up though, so make sure you don't go anywhere with the Moto2 European Championship Race 1 coming up next.
2026 FIM MotoJunior World Championship season is officially in full swing. The Moto2 European Championship are next up on our blockbuster schedule with a double billing on display. Pavlet enters the weekend as the championship leader as he heads into round 2 with the same goal as pre-season testing, to defend his crown this year. The Moto2 class remains one of the fiercest championships in the paddock, with some incredible racing, huge names taking part. We've already seen two winners from 2 races as we await with anticipation to find out what we have in store in Portugal. Now a flashback to last round where we saw dual surprises in the all-out Moto2 European Championship action. Eric Fernandez launched from pole position in the season opener with intense battling behind, for the race was flipped on its head as the number 10. Pavlet took victory in race 1 and began his title defence in style after an epic fight all the way to the line. Foggia, Fernandez and Radri search for the final piece of the puzzle ahead of race 2, which took place in the afternoon. And well, once the action got underway in race 2, temperatures and tension rised as Fernandez sought after redemption, with Foggia claiming an early advantage in race 2. There was some epic fighting behind as Radri led into the final stages of the race before it was found later on that post-race penalty would hand Foggia victory on Sunday. Adding to round 1's drama, we've seen incredible racing in Barcelona, and well, Estoril, you're up. Some great fighting in Barcelona, some post-race drama as well. The Moto2 European Championship heads to Portugal for round 2 of the season. My name's Lewis Rain, and bringing you through the entire day's proceedings is myself and Connor Doherty. And well, Connor, an incredible race, an incredible weekend so far for the Moto2 European Championship. And now ahead of race 1, with Eric Fernandez, of course, fastest in Eric Fernandez starting on pole position after Unai Radri, who originally qualified on pole, who was fastest in qualifying. He's got a back of the grid penalty, so some drama ahead of this one and some great racing in store.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a class that delivers drama every single time. It's absolutely fantastic to see. The racing on track is fantastic. The caliber of these riders, the quality across a weekend in qualifying as well. This time around, we have seen the penalty for Unai Radri. We saw him penalised as well last time out in Barcelona. He's going to need to start paying attention to the details, really, if he wants to grasp this championship by the horns, because he's a rider that is absolutely sensational. He looked so close to the championship last year. This time around, well, he's got to be one of the favourites, but it's these small little things that could prove so costly.
Yeah, it's silly little penalties that are going to make your race and your life a lot harder. He starts P28 instead of pole position this time around, or, well, actually, I should say, yeah, finishes further down there. P24 he starts even, with a back of grid penalty. Quite a few penalties, actually, in the Moto2 European Championship. 7 riders penalised. Another top name at that being Dennis Foggia. Now, of course, that's for slow sectors in practice. He was given a back of the grid penalty as well. So, Connor, it seems quite a few riders not behaving themselves necessarily in practice and qualifying, but being penalised, and you would hope that would be the last of that for 2026 and they would learn their lesson.
You'd hope so. You'd hope so. But you can never be sure, not in the Moto2 European Championship. But yeah, as you mentioned there, these details really need to be paid attention to by these riders, because it could prove so important. I mean, the championship is defined by the slightest of margins, and well, it's important to remember as well, we've got the second race in the Moto2 European Championship as well, and those back of grid penalties won't be applied, so we will be seeing Unai Radri on pole position for that second race this afternoon. But right now it is Eric Fernandez who take full advantage of that back of the grid penalty to his compatriot Radri.
Yeah, you can see Fernandez just getting a push to his grid slot for the time being. The number 7 of Dennis Foggia behind, of course, back of the grid as well for himself. He goes from P25 on the grid. And what it's going to mean with a few top riders receiving penalties is it's going to be almost a bottom-heavy grid in some ways. You're going to have fast riders having to battle in the opening couple of laps with people they wouldn't normally be around.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that develops, because it's going to be very interesting to see Radri coming from P24th on the grid. Foggia, as we mentioned, that P25. So it's a different kind of race to maybe what they would have been expecting before those sanctions came in. It is Eric Fernandez who will be on pole here. He was, of course, the pole sitter in Barcelona that didn't work out quite as well as he would have wanted. But a rider still searching for that first win in this class, but just heaps of talent.
Yeah, heaps of talent and a pole hound, if you would like. Took pole multiple times last year and will keeps 2026 rolling. 2 poles in a row so far. 2 from 2 for himself, technically. And, well, yeah, Eric Fernandez, he's quick in the opening couple laps as well, but a few mistakes that we've seen. There is Unai Radre, as we mentioned. He did qualify in pole position. 2 podiums so far this year. No race wins, and that's because Dennis Foggia was handed victory in Barcelona following touching the green on the final lap, which you would hope that wouldn't be happening at all today, because that was such a harsh penalty. It was so close to the green. But it's one of these things, it's black and white, there's no leniency allowed, and well, Radre getting struck down to second.
Absolutely, Lewis. Rules are rules.
Yeah, exactly.
They're there for a reason, but Radre would have had, I think, hard done by that after doing the hard work and just by the slightest of margins, as we've said over the course of this preview ahead of the opening race for the Moto2 European Championship. There is our champion, the reigning champion Milan Pavelet, with that win in Barcelona to get his tally underway. The podium, of course, in race 2. It's a fair way to begin a title defence, isn't it?
Yeah, it's super impressive, actually. I mean, all the way through pre-season testing, he was quick. And let's not forget in the way that he won that championship in Valencia last year. I mean, could it be any more dramatic for us to watch trackside anyway? And, well, you were there looking up for yourself. And Pavelet, he deserves that championship, and now it looks like he's trying to become a 2-time champion. And so far, he started off pretty strong. As we see Dennis Foggia, he'll be looking to add his name to the Moto2 European Championship crown. But as we mentioned, again, practice errors, a slow sector in practice anyway. Silly mistakes which you cannot let keep creeping in anyway, because now this race 1, it's just going to be damage limitation.
Yeah, absolutely. You would have thought a rider of his experience, especially at the World Championship level, would be capable of avoiding those kind of errors, but unfortunately for him, well, it just seems that he's not been able to do so. We're looking at Facundo Yambias, the Uruguayan rider, who's going to be starting from P4 on that second row. He's a rider that's been impressive over the course of his time in this paddock, and maybe we just haven't seen the very best of him, but you'd like to think that this time around he can get to grips with the competition and really try and take that step forward.
Yeah, Yambias, an impressive season last year, especially in the wet conditions. So far this year, just P19 Championship, P18 to his name. We see Morozio, of course, a couple Grand Prix World Championship wildcards for himself in the past, last season. And well, he continues running in the European Championship this year, and he goes from that second row of the grid. So P5 he starts, and he has a lot of talent on that second row, to say the very least. There is Harrison Voigt. He had a small crash yesterday, it seemed, on Saturday, but nonetheless, he looks all okay and ready to race anyway, starting P6.
Yeah, you can see him absolutely locked in. Second row start, it's a great opportunity for him to really get his campaign up and running in 2026 as the fans enjoy the Portuguese sun they're watching on. Trying not to burn. I hope you're wearing sun cream, guys. We are looking at the grid once again. Just moments to go ahead of this opening race in round 2. Another double header for the Moto2 European Championship. 2 fantastic races for us to enjoy here.
Mongiardo there, starting P7. Some interesting sunglasses, as we see from quite a few of the riders on the grid. But yeah, 1 podium to his name so far this year. A good qualifying anyway for him. Of course, P3 and P8 in Barcelona he took. So the Italian, he'll be looking to add to his podium tally this time out. Of course, 2 races this weekend for the Moto2 class.
Yeah, 2 podiums last year in Moto2 as well. He's a rider that's very much shown his talent. So it's going to be interesting to see what he's capable of delivering here in Estoril from P7. Jacob Rolson, another rider with a tremendous amount of talent and a tremendous amount of experience as well on that Team Chieti Bosco Escura machine.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind having Jacob Rolston's CV, of course, racing in Moto3 just a few years ago. But yeah, great to see him in the Moto2 stage in the European Championship. And straight away, he's added his name to the leading pack. I mean, sitting P7 in the Championship, 2 P7s for himself so far this year.
Yeah, absolutely. I think P7 is more or less what you would expect for a rider of his caliber coming into this paddock. But I think it also speaks volumes for the fact that it's not easy the competition is fierce in the Moto2 European Championship. There's so much talent, and he's going to be able to make his mark, that's for sure, but it's not going to be easy at all for Ralston.
It's not going to be easy. Iker Garcia there, last year's Stock European champion. He goes from P9 on the grid from the third row. As we see some of the team members making their way up, and they're not too far away from getting going. Rossi Moore as well. He'll be rounding out our top 10 this time around. Of course, the number 92 looking for a good result here in Estoril. What can he do, of course? P11 championship. So Rossi Moore, it's been a solid season so far, but he'll be looking to consistently finish inside that top 10.
Yeah, P13 and P10 for him last time around. Tifosi concept, what a t-shirt there from one of the fans in the stands here in Estoril. Marco Tapia, Spanish rider there, starting from P11. It's going to be fascinating to see what he's capable of doing as well. He's got a lot of experience in this paddock, but maybe we haven't seen the best of him just so far. He'll be hoping that 2026 is his year, and starting from P11, well, he's got an opportunity. It's we've said it before, but it's going to depend on how well he gets away here. The start's going to be really important, and whether he's able to take advantage of the fact that a lot of the big hitters, the heavyweights in this class, are further behind.
Yeah, Venturini there. He'll be looking for his best result of the season. P16 so far for him. But, I mean, yeah, as you were mentioning, the start's so important for the Moto2 European Championship riders. And, well, if you get swallowed up in the pack, it can be a big old task to get yourself back up the order again, especially with the likes of Fernandez at the head of the field.
Yeah, Fernandez really needs to grasp this opportunity, I feel, as he starts from P1 here in Estoril. This is then the starting grid for the opening race here in Portugal. Eric Fernandez, Javier Palomera and Milan Pavelet on the front row. Facundo Yambias, Alessandro Morosi and Harrison Voigt on the second. Behind them, Francesco Mongiaro, Jacob Ralston, a very familiar name, and Iker Garcia, the stock champion. Then it's Rossi Moore, Marco Tapia and Pier Francesco Venturini. On row 5 is Jonathan Naluz, Emmanuel Brinton and Maxwell Toth, and behind them it's Enes Kursavan, Owen Van Treek and Uriostegi. Then we have Pedro Romero, Declan Van Rosmalen, Jeuna Eisenkolb, Vikings are called, Romero and Unai Aradri behind them. Then it's Dennis Foggia, Marcos Ludenia and Stefano Nepa, and finally Marcos Uriarte and Javier Del Olmo.
So here we are ready to head out on the warm-up lap. One of the riders we didn't speak about, starting quite far back, is Stefano Nepa, another big name in the World Championship scene. But, well, point scores so far for himself, P10 best finish. He's going to be lucky if he can get himself anywhere near those sorts of positions this time out. So head out on the warm-up lap, and, well, race 1, just moments away for the Moto2 European Championship. And you can see Eric Fernandez having a slow start to his warm-up lap, clearly not wanting to arrive to the grid first.
Yeah, it's a game of cat and mouse, these tactical little things between these riders. Again, just a demonstration of the mentality that you need to be able to try and perform at this level. It's so interesting to see these kind of games, these mind games. And I think in Portugal, I mean, it's very fitting, the home of Jose Mourinho, to see these kind of mind games as well, of course. Mourinho being very famous for that kind of thing in the football world.
Yeah, who will be the special one here today?
Fantastic, I love that.
Race 1 not too far away, but yeah, Eric Fernandez, you have to say this is going to be such a big opportunity. If he does not win race 1 here today, race 2 is going to become that much more difficult. I mean, obviously we have the likes of Aradri, who's going to be back up the order yet again, not to mention Foggia. So Eric Fernandez, this is his chance. He needs to take race victory. But let's not forget the likes of Milan Pavelet, your championship leader. He's starting up there, up the field, on the front row of the grid. And Mongiardo as well, P4 in the championship. A good qualifying for himself as well, to do some damage, you would hope. So Eric Fernandez, although the likes of Aradri's not there, still a big, big, tough task.
It's going to be very interesting for Pavelet as well. He's got 1 point of a margin ahead of Aradri. So he needs, as you mentioned there, to do as well as possible. He's not going to be under the kind of pressure that maybe he might be if Aradri was starting just behind him or ahead of him. But this is an opportunity to make a big dent in that championship gap.
You can see now, just rounding the final corner of the circuit, turn 13. It goes on so long, and on these Moto2 bikes, well, the drive onto the main straight can be absolutely everything. Let's not forget as well, maybe a little bit of tyre management here today in race 1. It's scorching temperatures as we've had all weekend long. In fact, Sunday, one of the coldest days that we've had of track running. But you can see the number 4 pole sitter, Eric Fernandez. He's about to slot into his place on the front of the grid. Palmira and Pavlitz alongside. Keep your eyes on the number 10 Aradri at the back of the field. Of course, bright orange Momoven racing machine. Super easy to spot, to say the least. You can see there the 57 as well, looking ready to pounce at Palmira. A good ride so far in the style of bike Yamaha Philippines team, but the green flag does wave at the back. The red lights will appear on in a few moments' time, and the revs will rise here in Estoril. Lights on, a long hold and lights out. Eric Fernandez from pole position, a good start for himself. He cuts over to the right, and Pavlitz is going to have the inside line, but he is a little bit too far back, you would have to say. Pavlitz, though, does launch a move up the inside. The 44 takes the race lead. Harrison Voigt, some contact between himself and Fernandez. A big crash behind 2 riders down on the deck at turn 1. And well, people just getting bunched up behind.
Yeah, it's a complicated opening turn. I mean, you're generating so much speed from that start finish line. You're going down towards turn 1, and there just didn't seem to be enough space for all those riders. We saw Harrison Voigt having a bit of a moment. It looked like he was trying to take an inside line and then just kind of losing it there. Facundo Yambias crashing from P4, and Venturini as well. So that's Emmanuel Brinton down as well. It was quite a big incident there on the opening lap at the opening corner, so that's going to be tremendously frustrating. But it is now Pavlitz who leads from Eric Fernandez, and Morosi in P3 on that provisional podium.
Yeah, so disappointing for them. Hopefully they are all okay. Well, that looks to be Yambias there, and he is quite a distance away from turn 1. And there's Emmanuel Brinton's bike as well, getting pushed off to safety. The marshals, of course, doing a great job, as always, here in MotoJunior as well. Yeah, the Yambias trying to give the marshals a little hand, but it is going to be Pavlitz leading the field through. And no, it's not actually, because while we've been looking at that, Eric Fernandez has hit back and took the race lead. So number 4 leads from the number 44, Pavlitz, back down into second. Further back, Foggia up into P12, and the Radre up into P16.
Absolutely incredible stuff from Eric Fernandez. We've seen him take the lead in races before and just try and pull away as much as possible. Now his biggest enemy really is going to be himself, if he can manage to create a bit of a gap between himself and Pavlitz. But Pavlitz is not holding up. Look at the pole, he's so close to the back tyre of Eric Fernandez there. He's not going to be giving up, not going to be giving an inch. Is Milan Pavlitz, our reigning world champion.
Morozio as well, picking up yet another position. He's into the podium places, up into P3 for himself. Palmira is pushed back down to P4. Harrison Voigt rounding out our top 5 runners. Now, we did see Voigt having a big moment at turn 1, making contact with Eric Fernandez. Fernandez, though, clearly that has not bothered him one little bit. 0.2 of a second he led over the line last time around. Voigt looking this way, looking that way, trying to find any way through, unable to make it work so far. But what a race we've had so far. Jacob Rosen as well involved in this mix, so some real experienced riders inside the top 6.
And it looks like a bit further back, Foggia now into P11, Unai Araji now into P12, so they're getting the job done slowly but surely, ploughing through the field to try and catch up with this leading group. It's going to be tough for them further back, but this is where the action is for the time being, at the front of the race.
Yeah, I mean, Harrison Voigt there having to defend as he gets through on Palmira, but we'll have to wait and see as the 88 is handed a long lap penalty. So we'll have to serve that at some point during this race. That's Marcos Uriarte, who's actually just entered the pit lane himself, so maybe not being served this race. But race 1 does continue on. We look at the head of the field. It is Fernandez leading the way from Pavlitz. Voigt now through in Palmira in P4. As well, we continue our battle at the front. Is there going to be a move made? Fastest lap of the race handed to Pavlitz. He looks up the inside, but he is too far back. We know how strong the 44 is on the brakes, though, but no room in the end. No room at the end, as Aradri now setting the fastest lap further back down the order.
Yeah, I was just about to say, Aradri's now got through on Dennis Foggia as well. So Aradri matching the pace of our early leaders. 1:37.642. That is scorching here in Portugal from Unai Aradri. He's doing well there, trying to get his way through. Starting from P24, we have to remember, so we've moved up 14 positions so far in this race, and we've not been racing long. But it's Eric Fernandez and Pavlitz who are doing exactly what they need to be doing at the front of the race as well, with Morosi still just a bit further back.
Radri, a solid ride for himself. You would have to say a top 10 wouldn't be the end of the world here for the number 10. There's confirmation, though, of that long lap penalty for Marcos Uriarte, who still remains in the pits. But Radri, it's been a big task this year, of course, switching from the Bosco Oscuro over to the Calic chassis. A whole new challenge for himself, but he's took to it like a duck to water. I mean, inside the top 10 already. And well, ahead of Foggia, let's not forget, up into P8 actually for himself. And what a moment there for turns 9, turns 10. So tight through there.
Yeah, I mean, Pavelich is not giving an inch here with Eric Fernandez. Fernandez is obviously trying to pull away as much as he can, but Pavelich is perfectly capable of matching his pace. We saw it earlier when they both set the fastest laps. There was just a fraction of time between the two of them, and now as we go down the start-finish straight, is Pavelich going to try and make a move? Is he happy to sit behind and bide his time? I mean, this could go anyway. He's still just a bit further off, but there we do see just a bit further back the move going there.
Yeah, we continue on, and Palmyra is dropping down the timing screens, it looks like. Outside the top 20, yellow flags out as well over at turn 13. So Palmyra, who's fighting inside the top 5, and he has gone down. So disappointing for the Style Bike Yamaha Philippines rider. So a big shame for him. Turn 13 proven to be adding to the drama of Moto2 European Championship. This is going to release the likes of Harrison Voigt, who's now up into P3 himself, and there is Morozio setting P4. As we said though, Pavelich, he's like a dog with a bone. He will not give up until the very end of this race. 14 laps remaining, and Fernandez wide, and move made for Pavelich up into P1 for your reigning champion.
Yeah, you don't need to say, do it twice to Milan Pavelich. He sees his P1 there, takes full advantage of the error from Eric Fernandez and hits the front for the first time now. Absolutely incredible stuff from our reigning champion. The Polish rider is proving once again that he's capable of leading a race as we go through turns 9 and 10 here, the technical turns in sector 4, and approach the Parabolica Ayrton Senna. This time around, it's with Milan Pavelich in the lead.
Pavelich back into the race, leads 0.3 of a second was the margin at the last timing point. And now keep your eyes on the fastest lap on this left-hand side of your screen in a few moments' time, because Radri looks to be on a great lap, certainly for sectors 1 and sectors 2. We cross the line yet again, though. What's the gap going to be? It now sits nearly half a second, and that is the fastest lap for Unai Radri. Dennis Foggia just behind him as Radri launches a move down the inside, and he goes through on Jacob Rulstens up into P6 for the number 10. And actually, is that Jacob Rulsten having some issues in the background? He looks to be pulling off the side of the circuit over by turn 1 as the 49 of Mongiardo looks to be making the move ahead, thinking better of it though, as we have a look at the championship standings.
Yeah, the absolutely sensational moves there from Unai Radri up to P6, setting fastest laps time and time again. It just goes to show that he's capable of doing it from wherever you put him on the grid. I mean, I'd be worried if I was thinking about the second race. He's going to be starting from pole. Is he going to be capable of pulling away from all these other riders? We'll have to wait and see. But for the time being, absolutely incredible stuff. Dennis Foggia as well in P7, just behind Radri. The two, of course, riders hit with back of the grid penalties, and both now really in contention.
Yeah, both in contention, and I mean, with 13 laps remaining, is it too early to say that a race win is not off the cards yet? I mean, Fernandez, he's going to have to pick up the pace. So is Pavelich at the front of the field. Pavelich has indeed 0.7 of a second now being his margin, but Radri, he's closing, and he's closing fast.
He's closing fast as well. It really makes you think, is it time to cue the Jaws music here? Pavelich is able to do, though, what it looked like Eric Fernandez was struggling to do, and that's create a gap. So Pavelich seems to have had the pace all along and was just waiting for his moment. He took it when we saw Fernandez go wide there, and now, yeah, as you mentioned, 0.7 of a second, and that is growing. That gap is growing with Fernandez as well. So Pavelich in a very privileged position right now as we go down to turn 1.
Radri, an incredible move there. He's through on Morozio and Mongiardo. So all the way up into P4 is the number 10. Simply sensational, to say the very least. I mean, Unai Radri, a podium, you have to say, is realistically on the cards. Maybe even a race when we're going to have to wait and see. 12 laps still remain, and with a 0.7 of a margin, Pavelich, you would imagine, on his pit board, he's going to get the hurry up pretty soon.
Absolutely, I think it might be very, very necessary as well, given the pace that Radri is setting. It's almost unbelievable to think that he's managed to do this starting from where he did on the grid, absolutely incredible performance there. Foggia under pressure there from Ludeño. Just have a look at that race start again as well.
Yeah, of course, we're looking to see where the incident started. Look at Jambias on the right-hand side of your picture in the 94. Voigt, though, getting his braking all wrong, somehow avoiding major contact. He gets set up, and then Jambias out on the curb. He was further up the order, as then contact happened behind. So two separate incidents happening at turn one there. You can see Voigt getting set up. Then Jambias, a moment on the rear, he goes out on the curb, and there's no saving that one. Meanwhile, there's havoc happening behind. Emmanuel Brenton, you can just see him sliding into picture. So a massive shame there, and two incidents happening at the very same moment.
Yeah, it's great to see that everyone walked away from that one as well. It was a big incident at that opening corner. And Oradje now into P3. Oradje on the podium. Absolutely incredible stuff, and he's going to be hunting down Eric Fernandez. So from P24 to P3, 21 positions. That is absolutely sensational from the Spanish rider. The number 10, he finished P2 twice in Barcelona. This time around, well, he's already on the podium.
Yeah, already on to the podium places. Obviously, some very happy memories at this circuit. Jacob Rolston does pull into the pit lane. Obviously, we've seen him run wide over at turn one a few laps ago. He did drop to around 19th or so as Pavlitz a little moment there through turn 5. But Oradje into the podium places. He's won at Estoril in the past. He took the race 1 victory last year, and now he's looking to do the exact same thing in 2026.
Absolutely. You have to say that the conditions were very different last time around when we were here in 2025. It was windy, it was wet, and it was very complicated for these riders on what is a very technical track. It was also a race, if I recall correctly, that we saw race winners crashing with alarming frequency as well, and that was what allowed Oradje to win. Well, he's in a position now, if anything happens ahead of him, to take full advantage on that Momoven racing machine.
Yeah, he's looking to take full advantage, but he has got a little bit of a gap to make up between himself and Eric Fernandez. And well, Fernandez, he's going to get told who's behind him, the number 10 behind him. And I think it's going to take him one or two looks at that pit board to truly believe it, because it's been an astonishing ride so far. Voigt looking like he's dropping back ever so slightly. So Harrison in P4 looks to be battling with Mongiardo all the way to the end of this race. But the gap between Oradje and your second place runner out on circuit sits about 4/10 of a second.
Yeah, just getting confirmation of that. Two fantastic riders from Spain there, be battling it out. Oradje is really trying to catch up, but Eric Fernandez is obviously a rider of tremendous skill as well, so it's going to be interesting to see. That gap is getting a bit wider, it seems, but there's still plenty of racing here in Estoril.
Plenty of racing still to take place. Let's not forget as well, Oradje, super experienced rider, not just in the European Championship. He's filled in with some wild cards, some replacement rides as well over in the Grand Prix World Championship. So super experienced on board the Moto2 bikes, as we see, well, this gap visibly has came down. It was showing 5/10 of a second, now down to around 2.5. So yeah, Oradje, how long will it take? Because he'll be seeing Pavlitz in the distance. Now that has risen by 1 second itself, 1.7 seconds between Fernandez and Pavlitz in first and second.
Yeah, there's going to be real concern in Fernandez's camp. He knows, he must know, he must be hearing that bike and thinking, who can possibly be behind me? The fact that it's Unai Oradje is almost unbelievable as you go through turn 12 here. And onto turn 13, the parabolic at Ayrton Senna. Is Oradje going to try and make a move on this final corner? Well, he's so close now. That's not even a bike length between them.
Yeah, he's building towards a move, you have to say. On to the power we go. The number 10 will move to the inside, or will Fernandez go defensive into the slipstream? Unai Oradje goes. There's barely any room by the pit wall, but he looks up the inside, dives down the inside, and the number 10 from P24 on the grid launches himself into second place, and now looks to hunt down Milan Pavlitz in the race lead.
Absolutely sensational stuff. I mean, we've seen so often at this circuit how important that final corner is. Turn 13 here ahead of that final straight, just how important the slipstream is, how you have to take full advantage of it, and we've just seen an absolute masterclass from Unai Oradje to move into P2, but now he's got a real challenge on his hands. Eric Fernandez is, of course, not going to be giving up that position lightly, and it's just 2 seconds, a bit more, of a gap between Oradre and Pavlets as well, as Stefano Neppa's race looks to be coming to an early conclusion as well.
A big moment there on the rear, it looked like, from Eric Fernandez, just as we cut back into shot. So pushing super hard through the left-handers anyway. You have to say that the number 4 is trying to keep up with Unai Oradre, but he doesn't want to push too hard. He doesn't want to throw away what will be some solid points in 3rd position. Through turns 9 and turns 10, Oradre, he's on the hunt. He's looking so confident through this circuit, through sector 3 actually, an extra 10th closer now to Pavlet. Is up to 2.2 seconds, but you would expect that gap now, with 9 laps remaining, to slowly begin to close.
Yeah, this is the position that Unai Oradre would have wanted to be in. Well, he would have dreamed of being in this position really, but he's got time now to try and reduce that gap. He needs to focus on his ride. He needs to get as close as possible. He's shown he's got electrifying pace, genuinely scary pace with what he's done so far in the race. Now he just needs to reel in Milan Pavlets, our leader at the moment.
Last time around, the front 3 all inside the 138 bracket out on circuit. Certainly Pavlets and Oradre, the low 138s at that. But Oradre, this is going to be a key lap for himself. It's a 2.4 second margin now, so they've lost a further 2/10. And yeah, now is time to get the hammer out. The real question is as well, with him starting so far down the order, what state is his rear tyre going to be in?
Yeah, absolutely. The fact that it really is quite warm out there on track, the degradation is really something that he's going to have to think about, but he's done so much hard work. You'd hate to think that having got into this position, he would be let down by something like that, but he's a master of his craft, is Unai Oradre, and he'll be aware of the situation for sure.
Eric Fernandez, 2 corners in the row. That bike has been protesting on corner entries, pushing so hard on that front tyre, trying his best just to keep tabs of Oradre and do anything he can, as we see the 82 officially retiring, so that will be Stefano Neppa not going back out of pit lane, of course. But Pavlets, an incredible ride so far. This, if it finishes like this, will extend his margin to 6 points, meaning if he did finish seconds later on, he still would hold the championship lead, and it would be back to fair play, 1 point advantage, like heading into this weekend.
He would have thought, though, that given where Oradre started from P24, he could have made a bit more of a distance. He wouldn't have expected at all that Oradre, his rival from last year, his rival clearly this year as well, would be behind him in P2.
Let's give credit as well to Dennis Foggia, the number 7, up to P7 on circuit. So Foggia as well started P25 out on track, and now working his way up the order. Francesco Mongiardo, though, P4 for himself. And well, if there is any fallers in front, you would imagine the 49 will be taking advantage of that. Right at the back of this pack, as we've mentioned, and that is Ludena, just continuing his fight in P8. Rossi Moore as well, your final rider inside the top 10, as here is Harrison Voigt. He's yet to take his first race winning category, obviously. Showed some incredible pace. If you're looking to rounds like Mazzano, you would imagine, later on in the year to try and make an indent. As there is Morozio, the Eagle 1 rider coming through in P6 out on track, but the gap at the front has certainly stabilised, 2.2 seconds as it stands. But there's confirmation of Foggia's also equally as impressive ride. I mean, P25 to P7, that's sort of what we were expecting from Oradre, but Oradre has just gone above and beyond.
Yeah, Oradre clearly just has something else here in Estoril. As we mentioned, he knows what it is to win here. He's got a lot of experience in this class, and he's just, as you mentioned, gone above and beyond. It's a real masterclass from Unai Oradre. Although he's not been able to shake Eric Fernandez, I mean, it seemed almost, given the pace that Oradre had prior to the race, and Fernandez just has not given up here. This is where Oradre got ahead of Fernandez. Is Fernandez going to be able to move back? No, not quite close enough as we go into turn 1.
Fernandez actually quicker than Oradre last time around, and there's confirmation of those last couple of laps. So Eric Fernandez, you have to say, he's biting the screen at the moment, doing everything he can to keep tabs of Oradre, because Oradre is not making the sort of ground that we were expecting, certainly what he'd done on the rest of the field, to Pavlets. So Pavlets, his pace proven almost too strong at the front, 6 laps now remaining. Oradre, he's sat in second now for around 6 or so laps actually, so since 12 laps to go, Oradre, he's been in this sort of position. No real mistakes from him, but no real ground being made.
Yeah, absolutely, and that gap of just over 2 seconds more or less remained stable. And when he did hit P2, we were expecting Arajay to pull away from Fernandez. Fernandez showing tremendous spirit, tremendous determination to keep up with Arajay, who was setting the pace from the beginning of the race onwards, really. But now it just looks like everything's stabilized a bit. But anything can happen in Moto2, especially in this championship.
The real question has to come and at what point will Unai Arajay start to think maybe it's time to settle for second position? Of course, 20 points wouldn't be a bad result here today if he was able to walk away with 20 points from race 1. He wouldn't be expecting that, I don't think, after yesterday's qualifying and practice drama. But nonetheless, you have to wonder, number 10, will he start settling for a podium position? But Eric Fernandez looks to be fighting back. He looks up the inside on the number 4, and he has made that move work. So Fernandez bites back, and all the way back in second position, pushing Arajay down to third. This is only going to help Milan Pavelec.
Well, Milan Pavelec will be watching this back and thinking, I need to buy Eric Fernandez a beer, because that was absolutely sensational, making sure that this is a battle between these two and allowing him to extend his lead at the front. The reigning champion will be so grateful to Eric Fernandez for that move there, who'd done so well as well to keep the pace with Arajay, who might, as we mentioned earlier, be thinking that any position now on the podium would be a huge boost for his championship chances, given where he started from on this grid.
Pavelec, though, I mean, what a race it's been for himself. Starting from the front row of the grid, let's not forget, as we have a little look at that move yet again. The number 4 of Eric Fernandez launching it down the inside. It was a textbook move, placing the bike just ahead of Unai Arajay, leaving him absolutely nowhere to go over at turn 1. So that was job done for himself, and fighting back after a few laps of watching the Momoven racing rider. So incredible racing at the head of the field for the final couple of spots on board the podium. Harrison Voigt sitting in P4 now, and actually Eric Fernandez, that gap, Connor, has certainly risen, and there's a couple of bike lengths between them now.
Yeah, it's maybe a question of just maturity and accepting the position now for Unai Arajay. I mean, we said it just before, really, this started to happen. This gap was being built by Eric Fernandez. He's got a place on the podium. He's got valuable points in his pocket if he can manage to finish the race. He's still very much in contention for the title, and he's got another opportunity, an opportunity from pole position in race 2 later this afternoon.
Continuing the fight, though, is Harrison Voigt and Francesco Mongiardo. He looks up the inside, does the 49. Over at turn 3, they're going to be side by side. Does he run it wide? Yes, he does. Harrison Voigt's back through, having a little look on his right, and just telling Francesco to follow him and just to keep tabs and not allow Dennis Foggia to get any glimpse of hope of a P4.
Yeah, Dennis Foggia has done so well, as we mentioned, to be in this position, to be fighting towards the front of this race, and he's going to be trying to seize his moment, and he does that, gets through on Mongiardo. Absolutely sensational stuff there from the Italian on his compatriot. That could be so vital, and he moves into P5.
Up inside the top 5 positions now is Dennis Foggia, and well, we could be in a position where the likes of Foggia and Arajay finish 3rd and 4th out on circuit, but that's all going to be down to Harrison Voigt and what he can do over the next couple of laps, because I mean, Harrison Voigt, this is going to be great experience racing with someone like Dennis Foggia's caliper. So much experience, as we mentioned, in the World Championship.
Yeah, Harrison Voigt's actually been exceptional to not let that early incident get the best of him mentally. He managed to stay on his bike in a bit of a scary moment at the beginning of the race when he was struggling going into turn 1 on the brakes, and since then has just been calm, collected, and has been fighting with riders, as you mentioned, with the kind of experience of Foggia, of Arajay, and he's so far getting the best of them, but Foggia is trying to pull as close as possible as we approach turn 1 here.
Through turn 1 we go, 3 laps remaining. The gap at the front, 2.7, nearly 2.8 seconds. Milan Pavelich, what a ride it's been, but Denis Foggia, his story is not written just yet. He's looking for a move on Harrison Voigt. He's looking to enter the top 4 positions, and you have to wonder, what does this mean for race 2 later on? Is a podium, is a race win, is a duel between himself and Unai Radri, Pavelich and Fernandez on the card. We have 3 laps to go in this one before we can begin to look towards that, but Harrison Voigt not cracking under pressure just yet.
No, not at all. He's actually put in such a sensational show, as we mentioned there. Just this final sector 4 here, we're entering it very shortly with this, following this pack here with Voigt leading. Foggia putting on the pressure, but Voigt showing real determination to manage to maintain that lead. He knows who's behind him, and he knows the experience of who's behind him as well as you go through turn 10 there.
Yeah, so much experience in this Moto2 European Championship. It seems year on year, season on season, bigger names, bigger stars into the championship to try and place their name on the crown in the history books. Denis Foggia, a couple laps now, it seems like he's taken a much wider entry, trying just to hit a late apex and get the slingshot down the start-finish straight, but Mongiardo, he's still there, ready to pounce if Foggia runs 1 inch wide. I mean, the number 7, he's doing a great job so far. He did take a race win in Barcelona, but I think this afternoon he'll be looking to take one on track.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been such a fascinating race from start to finish. I mean, the opening exchanges, the opening blows between these riders, and there goes Foggia on the inside. Oh, Voigt! Was there contact there?
Yeah, there was contact.
Voigt forced out there at turn 3.
Both of them staying on, luckily, there. So Harrison Voigt and Denis Foggia will need to have another look at that in a few moments' time. As well, we do get a replay instantly. Over at turn 3, Foggia up the inside, no room at the end, and well, Harrison Voigt getting shoved wide. He won't be happy about that one. Has a little look before rejoining on circuit. But I mean, Denis Foggia, that was aggressive to say the very least.
To say the very least, elbows out is what we love to see in racing there. What a wheelie there from... absolutely incredible stuff there. And it's what we were expecting from Foggia as well. He's shown that he's aggressive by ploughing through the field, and he's done so well there.
Yeah, just getting through on some back markers, it looks like there. Yeah. The 99 just getting out the way for this podium scrap. But Harrison Voigt, with 2 laps remaining, he's going to be hungry for this one, and I don't think he's going to be afraid to return the favour on Foggia.
No, not at all. And here we are again with our leader, Milan Pavelich, 2.5 seconds ahead of Eric Fernandez as we go into this final lap in race 1 in the Moto2 European Championship. He goes through turn 1. He's followed by Eric Fernandez with Unai Radri, who started P24, currently in 3rd.
Yeah, nearly 2 seconds of an advantage for Eric Fernandez in 2nd position. So clearly breaking Unai Radri's streak, but of course on the final lap of action, there's been multiple stories in this one. Pavelich's impressive performance, Eric Fernandez hitting back late, and obviously Unai Radri and Denis Foggia scrapping their way up the order. Through turn 5 we go now. Milan Pavelich, just about half a lap remaining, separates himself from a 3-second victory.
Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff. And whilst we're with our race leader, it looks like a bit further behind. Mongiardo and Foggia have been fighting for P4. Foggia briefly had it. Mongiardo is now taking it back. So there is action throughout the field here in Estoril.
Yeah, action everywhere you look. The battle for P4 is going to rage on all the way to the finish line, you have to say. Into turns 9 and turns 10 in a few moments' time, into the final sector for Milan Pavelich. He is, of course, the 2025 Moto2 European champion. And, well, this is why. He doesn't crack under pressure. He's having a little look behind him. He knows he just has to take it nice and easy through turn 13. But Milan Pavelich, from start to finish, he's looked strong, he's looked cool, he's looked calm. And, well, now it's time to collect the 25 points. He wins over Eric Fernandez, comes across the line. The celebrations will begin as Eric Fernandez takes 2nd and Unai Radri in 3rd. Who's going to claim P4 now? It looks like Denis Foggia at the head of this pack. Mongiardo just ahead of them as well. So Mongiardo P4, Foggia P5, and Harrison Voigt getting himself up into P6 at the line.
Absolutely incredible stuff. That was one of those races and one of those race finishes where you would have loved to have had two screens to be able to see what was happening at the front of the race, but at the same time that battle between Foggia and Mongiaro and Voigt and Morosi was absolutely incredible. But it's this man, the Pole, Milan Pavelit, who deserves the win. Absolutely sensational stuff. Extends his lead at the top of the championship. Another 25 points. What a way to make your statement in the opening race in Moto2 here in Portugal.
Back into the spotlight for Pavelit. Eric Fernandez, of course, P2 for himself today, and with Oradri finishing third, that's going to mean Pavelit's championship advantage is going to be that much more. Of course, it was looking to be around a 6-point margin. Now it's a little bit more than that as well. So Pavelit, a good points haul, as you mentioned, but Oradri, you have to give credit where credit is due. He sits second place in the championship, of course, third out in circuit, but the story of the race from P24.
Absolutely. I mean, when we were previewing this race, we were talking about damage limitation for the likes of Oradri, the likes of Foggia, who've been hit by those back-of-the-grid penalties. And they've really shut us up. Beyond damage limitation, a podium for Oradri, P5 for Foggia. It's absolutely sensational stuff.
Sensational riding, to say the least, and showing so much respect between them out on track as well. I mean, Oradri, it wasn't a case of wild moves, it was a case of clean moves and moves that he knew could get made. But Milan Pavelit's a little wave to some of the fans, some of the marshals, and I'm sure some of the team members that will be watching and spotting around the circuit as well. The FIM MotoJunior World Championship season is in full swing, to say the very least. And well, Pavelit, you have to wonder at what point will the World Championship scene, the Moto2 World Championship scene, begin to look at them. A big fan base as always. The Polish fans get behind their riders, to say the very least. Into pit lane we go now. Parc Fermé just on the right hand side at the very start of pit lane. And celebrations truly beginning here at Estoril. What a ride. The entire AGR team coming up to him and congratulating him. Of course, you can watch back all the action, review from him in a few moments' time as he'll be down in Parc Fermé speaking to Connor. But at the line, it was only a 1.5 second margin, and I say only 1.5, and that's because it was nearly 3 seconds until the final lap or so, until the final main straight, where the 44 Pavelits realised he had a comfortable margin to celebrate all the way to the checkered flag. But Eric Fernandez, I mean, he rode that bike hard, to say the very least. Of course, the front end was dancing about, the rear end was dancing as well underneath him. Somehow he kept it on two wheels, and his late race pace proved to be pivotal. He kept second position at the line, but smiles underneath the helmet for Milan Pavelit. Confirmation of the 66 points in the championship that he now holds, of course, an extra 25 taken here today. Oradri, though, one of the stars of the show, one of the stars of the championship headed into this season. I mean, he was always expected to be a championship contender, but P24 to P3 at the checkered flag, it doesn't happen often, and certainly in the Moto2 class. You can just see, though, talking to the team, and you would imagine that would be why he was unable to make up ground late on. But here is the race winning overtake. We see Eric Fernandez running it deep over at turn 6, and Milan Pavelit striking early, taking advantage of that mistake and sprinted into the distance. From that move onwards, it was a clean road for the number 44. Meanwhile, though, Eric Fernandez was able to get ahead of Unai Oradri. That's over at turn 1 that happened, and simply impressive stuff yet again. But over the line, it was Pavelit celebrating once more, looking very happy, very pleased, and he knew he had to take advantage and capitalise on that race. But what a ride it was from Milan Pavelit. He shakes hands with Unai Oradri, and now we can hear from our race winner, who's down in Parc Fermé, speaking to Connor.
Milan, another race, another fantastic performance, and you've extended your lead at the top of the championship. Just tell us about the race and how you're feeling afterwards.
Yeah, I would start with the qualifying. It was not really good for us. We started before. We have better pace to make, so now we show in the race that we can be first again. I'm really happy that I can stay again on the first place. It was really important for us to be always in this top 3.
it's even better than the top 3, so I'm really, really happy, and I hope the next race will be also as good as well.
And can you tell us in Polish as well, please?
Yes, to tak, kwalifikacje nie poszły nam za dobrze, pomimo żółtej flagi straciłem najszybsze swoje kółka i startowaliśmy z 4. pozycji, ale wiedziałem, że mam tempo na więcej, no i tak jak pokazaliśmy tutaj w wyścigu, zrobiliśmy to znowu 1. pozycja, która jest nam bardzo potrzebna do kwalifikacji generalnej, także cieszę się, że znowu skończyliśmy w tym top 3 na tym 1. miejscu i jedziemy dalej i dziękuję bardzo Bogu za to. Dziękuję.
Congratulations and good luck for race 2.
Well, race 1 in Estoril was dramatic to say the very least for the Moto2 European Championship. A big crash at turn 1, 2 incidents at the same time, 3 riders going down on the opening lap. Eric Fernandez did take the race lead in the early stages as the likes of Morozio battled for P3. Palmiro also involved in that scrap. He would go down later on in the race, scoring no points on Sunday morning. There is Palmiro standing in the gravel, luckily up on his feet as Harrison Boyd got to work for 3rd. This was your race-winning overtake, though, as Milan Pavlic took the race lead over at turn 6, and Unai Radri battled his way through the order, starting all the way down the order outside of the top 20 for himself and Denis Foggia. They fought their way inside the top 5 by the end of the race. Unai Radri was simply impressive, passing the likes of Mongiardo, and then Harrison Boyd, he made it look easy and set his sights on the number 4 of Eric Fernandez. This was the battle for P2 out on track. Radri initially looked like he would get ahead and sprint into the distance. However, Eric Fernandez had other plans. Hitting back over at turn 1, launching the move up the inside and keeping it that way until the checkered flag. Voigt began to get swallowed up through the order, fighting with Mongiardo, as then Denis Foggia got himself back into the mix. Foggia was setting sights on Harrison Voigt and looking for any opportunity through, and eventually that move would begin to get made at turn 3. Number 7 sent a move down the inside, striking Voigt on the side. He was handed a drop 1 position for the incident at turn 3 on lap 15 as Milan Pavlic took victory in Moto2 Race 1. What a ride for the 44 and 25 points in the bag. Now though, the podium celebrations do continue here. We'll see a team representative on the podium now for the AGR squad. What an incredible race that was, though. As we mentioned, Foggia has received a drop 1 position, so he's going to go back down to P6 in the finish order, as Unai Radri makes his way into 3rd position for himself. Eric Fernandez on 2nd place in the podium. 1.5 seconds was his margin to your race winner, Milan Pavlic, who of course will stand on that very top step of the podium. Trophy celebrations begin now, of course, for the Moto2 European Championship. They'll still have race 2 this afternoon, but what a race we've seen. As Vice President of the FMP coming out now with the trophies. First of all, to the team representative for the AGR team. Then it will be Unai Radri's turn. I mean, 3rd place trophy. I'm sure that one's going to go very high on the mantelpiece. A very important trophy for himself after such an impressive display. 2nd place as well. That will get handed out in a few moments' time to Eric Fernandez. Being handed out by the FIM Europe representative, the Vice President, John Mark, and yeah, handshake all round as well, but P2 for Eric Fernandez. And of course, who can forget Milan Pavlic, your race winner here in Moto2 Race 1. An incredible start for Estoril, and of course we'll hear the Polish national anthem this time around.
And now for the Prosecco celebration.
So far this year, 2 of them have went the way of Milan Pavlets. What a race we had there. The champagne, of course, comes out, but Connor, I mean, what a race we had there. A perfect start to the season, you have to say, for Milan Pavlets, and taking advantage because race 2 looks like it can be very, very different.
Yeah, speaking of taking advantage, race 2 will be different. We're going to have Unai Radre competing at the front for the entire race. And what a deserved podium for the Spaniard. It was just an inspired ride from start to finish. We can't forget he started from P24 and finished in P3.
Class photo getting taken there for your podium finishers, but what a race, what a ride. Milan Pavlets, your race winner, and well, he'll set sights on repeating that later on with more competition, as you mentioned, Connor, for Radre starting from pole.
Here we have then the final results. It is Pavlets with the win, followed on the podium by Eric Fernandez and Unai Radre. Then it's Mongiardo, Voigt and Foggia, who also started further back after a penalty. Then it's Morosi, Ludenia, Moore and Tapia rounding out the top 10. Behind them is Nalus in 11th, Kirsivan in 12th, Iker Garcia, stock champion 13th, Toth, Romero, Van Tricht in 14th, 15th and 16th, Uriastegi in P17th, Van Rosmalen in 18th and Del Olmo in P19. Then we have Pedro Romero, Jona Eisenkolb and Vikangaskold in P22, Uriarte in P23, Nepa, Rolston, Palomera, Yambias and Venturini, seeing their races come to an early end. As did Emmanuel Brinton after that incident at turn 1, right at the beginning of this opening race in the Moto2 European Championship. These are the standings then. Milan Pavlets does extend his lead to 66 points, but Radre is hot on his heels, 10 points behind, with Dennis Foggia in P3. Eric Fernandez with his P2 moves up 3 spots to P5 in the standings. Harrison Voigt up to P7. Jacob Rolston drops down 2 positions to P9. Marcos Udenia now in P11. Marco Tapia in 15th. Iker Garcia up 3 spots to P17. Also up 3 spots is Maxwell Toth, now 19th in the standings with 2 points to his name, and Juan Santos in P20.
What a race we had for the opening race of the day for the Moto2 European Championship. It was, of course, Milan Pavlets taking the race. When there was drama in the opening laps, there's drama all the way to the checker flag. The 44 comes out on top, and of course, they get to do it all again this afternoon, where race 2 goes lights out. But of course, still plenty of action coming your way here at Estoril, so keep with us. Let's get to them in a few moments' time. Will be the Moto3 Junior World Championship.
Estoril, a track that's been part of the MotoJunior story since 2017, and one that riders have circled on their calendars since the season began. The Atlantic Air, the hillside setting above the Cascades coastline, 9 right-handers and 6 left as well as the long run to the first corner, where the bravest braking wins the most ground. This is a track that demands everything. Round 2 of the Moto3 Junior World Championship begins here and now in Estoril. The 2026 season opened at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia just under a month ago, and the Moto3 Junior World Championship delivered exactly the drama this class is known for. In race 1, Momoven Racing's Leonardo Zanni crossed the line in first in a high-octane opener, with the CF Moto Aspar Junior team duo of Giulio Pugliese and Carlos Cano following. But a post-race 3-second penalty dropped Cano from the podium, promoting Indonesian rider Kianja Ramadipa of Honda Asia Dream Racing into third. Guillaume Blanc and Ramadipa had battled with the leading group throughout to round out the top 5. Race 2 brought a different outcome. Zanni crashed out of the lead, and Pugliese, who'd been consistent throughout the weekend, took his opportunity and won. Travis Borg of Team Monlau Motul came home second, and Fernando Bojosa, who'd crashed out of race 1, completed the podium on his second attempt, his first ever Moto3 Junior rostrum. 2 different race winners to get us underway for 2026. We're here in Portugal for the sole Moto3 Junior race of the day. The sun is shining and these conditions are perfect for a great day of racing. I'm Conor Doherty and I'm joined by Lewis Ray for proceedings here. Lewis, if round 1 was anything to go by, we're in for a real treat in Estoril.
Yeah, we're in for a real treat. Barcelona delivered drama from start to finish, as we mentioned. The likes of Leonardo Zanni, you have to wonder what he's going to be targeting this time out. Of course, caught out a little bit in race 2 in Barcelona. But the sun well and truly out here in Portugal. Temperatures are rising, tension rising as well. The riders at the moment out on their sighting laps. And then, of course, they will join the grid. A little bit of a breeze out there, but track temperature edging towards around 40 degrees Celsius. So it's getting hot out there, to say the very least. But the riders, they've got a whole new task at hand. Qualifying was very tight. 33 thousandths of a second separated Singapore and Zanni on first and second. So, well, Connor, it looks like this is going to be another dramatic installment, to the very least. And Singapore, starting from pole position, is going to be super interesting.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic from Kiatsak Singapore. We've always said that he's a rider with tremendous talent, but he's really showing it here in Estoril. He's been fast throughout the weekend, and he's also been fast in the Red Bull MotoGP Rookies Cup as well. He's got podium in that competition, so he's really firing on all cylinders at the moment, is the Thai rider, and it's fantastic to see that he's going to be starting from pole position, and deservedly so. I mean, given how tight it was, you mentioned it briefly there, qualifying was just something else in Moto3 Junior this time around.
Yeah, it was super special. As we see him just lining up on his grid slot. A couple of team members around him, of course, on the grid as we look at qualifying.
Disqualify, I try to manage myself to do like a same story like a practice, and I see 2 riders coming and I try to follow, and I make a mistake also and I keep pushing. Today, big thank to the team, helped me a lot. This weekend is so good. Yeah. Thank you.
Breathtaking work then from Kiatsak Singapore, who takes pole position here in Estoril for the sole race of the day. His first pole position in the class. He's currently 11th in the championship, as you can see on your screens there, but that could change here in Estoril. Really inspired over the course of this weekend so far is the Thai rider. What's he going to do now when it's most important?
Yeah, you would imagine they'll be looking for his best result of the year so far. P6 in race 1 in Barcelona was his best finish. And now, well, starting from pole, you do not get much of a better opportunity than that. But, of course, he's going to have the likes of Leonardo Zanni out there pushing on board to number 57. He, of course, race winner last year in 2025, took the race win, for example, at Aragon. But so far this year, one race win to his name and then crashing out in race 2. Zani looking to bounce back this time around. We know he has the pace. We just need to see a little bit more of the consistency.
I think consistency is very much the key word there, Lewis. It's what really separates some of these riders from others, because everyone on this grid is tremendously talented, but sometimes it's just a little bit more difficult to deliver in every single race. And that's what we like to see from the likes of Zani. A very mixed opening encounter in Barcelona, but the contrast is just absolutely massive. Obviously, anyone can crash, but a rider of his caliber, you'd like to think that he's capable of just staying on that bike, seeing out a race, but he's doing so well so far, as is Carlos Cano. In his rookie season, he's already pushing, giving absolutely everything at the front of every race, but maybe just lacking that bit of maturity to avoid the kind of issues, the kind of penalties once again coming into play that can really prove quite costly come the end of a campaign.
Yeah, Cano super quick out there on the circuit, as we mentioned. Of course, European Cup champion in 2024, runner-up last season. And well, it was Fernando Bajosa who took the European Cup title in 2025 after a dramatic finale. Of course, already a podium finisher in the Moto3 Junior World Championship. So impressive, to say the very least. I mean, a rookie standing on the podium. Who would have thought that going into this year? I mean, we know how talented they are, but in round 1 is a whole other thing.
Yeah, absolutely. They've really hit the ground running here in the Moto3 Junior class, and they're doing so well. Bajosa, that rivalry with Carlos Cano that we saw in the European Talent Cup, it's so great to see that renewed with real enmity as well in this class as well. As we look at the Frenchman Guillaume Plonk, who will be starting from P5 on that Momoven machine, another fantastic rider who we've seen here do so well in qualifying, and now from the second row gets a real opportunity to try and show us the best that they're capable of delivering.
Plenty of Portuguese fans watching trackside here today as we have a look at Monoyani on board the AGR team bike. Another good qualifying for himself. Second row of the grid, of course. We've seen it in Barcelona, a good qualifying pace. Now he just needs to be able to hold that and stick with the lead group all the way throughout the race.
Absolutely. It's great to see some of these riders as well that we were more accustomed to seeing a bit further back, really taking advantage of the fact that a lot of the riders who are leading in this class last year have moved up to the World Championship, and that space, that void has been filled and then some with what we're seeing on track so far in 2026.
Yeah, super impressive from the likes of Monoyani as we continue to go down the order. And well, I mean, speaking about impressive riders, Ramadipa is another one to mention. Second place in the championship as things stand. Of course, podium finisher in this class already this year. And well, what can he do in this race? We're going to have to wait and find out, because he's been one of the standout performers, I think it's fair to say, for Ramadipa. Of course, his first season in the championship as well.
P3 and P6 in Barcelona, really showing that he's capable of delivering at this level. And it's fantastic to see from the Indonesian rider. As you look at Travis Borg now, the Maltese rider, currently 6th in the championship, didn't have, well, he did and he didn't. It was a bit of a mixed bag for Travis Borg last time out in Barcelona. That crash, but he's very much a rider who delivers again, finishing P2 in race 2 after crashing out of race 1. This time around, well, he's got one opportunity to really try and show us what he's capable of here in Portugal.
Yeah, and Travis Borg, I mean, I think even qualifying, it could count as a mixed bag. Started on the 3rd row of the grid, it's still a solid result, but from what we've seen earlier on in the weekend, Travis Borg, he was quickest in FP1, and then he ended Saturday morning's practice session quickest as well. I mean, 7/10 covered the top 20 there. It was tight all the way throughout the weekend, but Borg, he's shown an impressive pace from the start of the weekend, and definitely one to watch in this sole race of the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. There we hear the klaxon. Just moments to go before we get underway. 5 minutes. We saw Martínez there as well, another fantastic rider, Venezuelan. As we move on to Julio Pugliese. Obviously with that win in
Barcelona, leading the championship. Not starting maybe from where we would want to be, P10.
Yeah, not where he would want to be, but it's not over just yet, of course. Championship leader as things stand. 2 podiums so far, 1 race win in that to his name. So definitely we know he knows how to work his way through the ordered. David Costa as well, let's not forget about him, starting P11 out on circuit. A little bit of work to do for himself, a best finish of P7 so far this year. So starting from there, it is a good place to try and latch onto a couple of riders and try to get your best finish of the season at the very least.
Yeah, it's a very technical track. We'll have to see how these riders are capable of getting away from the start line. It's going to be so important, that entry to turn 1. Who's going to be able to take advantage of the slipstream best, the exit of the Parabolica Ayrton Senna, that turn number 13 here is just proved so important for so many years in Estoril. As we see we're with Sullivan Mountsie. The Brit starts from P12.
Yeah, and it's been a good couple of weeks, I think it's fair to say, for Sullivan Mountsie. Super impressive in the Red Bull Rookies MotoGP Cup. And now it seems like results and direct Q2 appearances are beginning to show in the Moto3 Junior World Championships. So definitely one to look out for. Of course, his teammate Enzo Ballon, who we started further back down the order on the other CIP Imperial machine. Super easy to spot out on circuit, luckily for us. But you can see our pole sitter, number 85, ready to get going. Kiatasak, Singapong, what a qualifying it was for him, of course, going from pole. Without further ado though, we can have a look at the grid for this race. Kiatasak, Singapong starting alongside Leonardo Zani and Carlos Cano on the front row. Fernando Bajosa, Planquez and Monoyani on row 2. Leandro Ramadipa, Travis Borg and Kerem Martinez starting on row 3. Pugliese, Da Costa and Sullivan Mountsie on row 4. Rounding out our top 12 runners as Evan Belfort, Nicholas and Ballon round out top 15. Gonzalez, Karpushin and Alex Longarella, another rider moving up to the class this year. He goes from P18. Matteo Gavarini, Ikegami and Perez starts P21. Ogawara, Varga and Soroviak round out top 24. Michelon, Alvarez, Gutierrez, Rousseau, Minot and Ingrid round out top 30. Eduardo Bertola and Leonardo Abruzzo round out our grid, of course. A couple of penalties given out, one of them being for Abruzzo, that's for a slow sector in practice. He was given a back off the grid. Incorrect on the other hand, he's been handed a long lap penalty. But Connor, warm-up lap time, and it looks like this is going to be one that you do not want to miss.
Yeah, absolutely. These riders getting a bit more experience under their belt, but they've been so impressive so far this week, and they've been so impressive over the course of their careers so far, and now just getting to grips with this Estoril track for the last time prior to the race. We've had a bit of an issue there.
One of the snipers' bikes, it looks like, being pushed off into the pit lane. Of course, they can get the bike restarted in pit lane, but they're going to have to start from there. So a lot of time lost, to say the very least, if they can get that running.
Yeah, you'd have to hope that they're able to do so.
And looking down at the left-hand side of his bike is going to be the number 24. Now, it looks like they have got it going again for the Momoven Racing rider. Of course, meant to be starting P5, so hopefully no lasting issues there.
Yeah, it was a bit of a concern there for Guillaume Plonk. Yeah, hopefully it's just a bit of a concern and that's it, and he's ready to go. Sure, he'll be raring to go, especially starting from the second row. Conditions, as we mentioned earlier, just fantastic here as we approach 1 o'clock and we approach the start of this Moto3 Junior race. Right, it's just going into sector 4 now.
Right, so it is Alex Longarella, and he is being allowed out of pit lane now, so he's got a lot of catching up to do. It looks like the back tail end of the field is around turn 7 as things stand. So Alex Longarella, he's going to have a fast warm-up lap anyway. He's going to get himself up to speed.
I think the definition of a warm-up lap for Alex Longarella, who obviously returns after a collarbone injury, kept him out of the season opener in Barcelona. So not the way he would have expected his Moto3 Junior beginning to go in 2026, as we're back with Leandro Ramadipa there on the grid.
Let's not forget as well, Evan Belford also returned to action this time. So a couple of riders joining us that weren't here for round one, and hopefully we can add some extra spice into the mix.
Well, I'm sure they were watching on from home or wherever they were and enjoying it as much as they could, recognising the fact that this year is not going to be easy at all, given the calibre of the rivals they've got coming up against them on this grid. Getsak Singapong, our pole sitter here in Estoril. We're just about ready to go racing in Moto3 Junior. Leonardo Zanni looking to add to his win in Barcelona. Seconds to go before we go racing here in Moto3. The lights are going to be coming on any second now. There they are. The revs are rising and we are away in Portugal. Leonardo Zanni gets away spectacularly well. One of the lines that these riders are going to try and take. It's Singapore who's staying wide. It looks like Zanni's taking the whole shot as we approach turn one. What a start from the Italian. Absolutely fantastic stuff for the Momoven racing rider.
Great start from Zanni into the race lead straight away. Cano in second. Cano looking to strike over at turn 3 down the inside. Job done already.
Absolutely fantastic stuff from Carlos Cano, really getting to grips with this race right from the start. We've already seen him hit the front. Is he able to pull away now? This is not going to be easy at all for the precocious Spanish talent, and we have seen there that Olivares has pulled to the side. That's going to be tremendously frustrating for them. An early end to the only Moto3 Junior race of the day. But this battle at the front shows no signs of abating. It's still Cano with Zanni behind, and out the outside is Singapore just trying to get ahead there. There's no room though in front of Leonardo Zanni.
No room at the moment, to say the very least. The top 6 lot together out on circuit. Bahosa looking up the inside, and he thinks better of it so far. But Cano remaining at the head of this field so far. And well, Carlos, what can he do this time around? Bahosa diving down the inside over at turn 9. That's going to get tight. Luckily, no contact between the two of them, and Ramadipa pushed back down one position.
Yeah, Bahosa very aggressive there to get ahead of Ramadipa, doing everything he can to make sure that this leading group doesn't pull away. Because Fernando Bahosa, he's got a podium under his belt. He's going to be hungry for more here, and he can't afford to let Carlos Cano get away with this leading group of Zanni and Singapore.
Yeah, he cannot afford any margin in this race. It's so difficult to stretch a gap in the Moto3 Junior World Championship. Zanni looking for a move down the inside. He's done it before we even arrive at turn 1. Singapore also having a look, thinks better of it. Bahosa up the inside and Ramadipa yet again. So that battle for P4 continuing on as the lead changes hands.
This is what we want to see, and I think this is what we expect to see in Moto3 Junior. Absolutely fantastic racing from start to finish. Elbows out. Carlos Cano is now relegated to P2. Could it be getting worse for him as well as Ramadipa tries to get a bit closer to Singapore? Sorry. And now it is Leonardo Zanni who leads.
A long lap penalty as well for the number 26, Enkrith. A big shame for him. He's running P25. That looks to be no hope of points here today. But now pulling into the slipstream, looking to make a move. It's going to be Singapore. Your pole sitter does look up the inside. Carlos Cano says no. And well, Bahosa back ahead to Ramadipa, runs it wide. Ramadipa back through. So that battle for 4th, so spicy, but they do not want to allow these top 3 to run away with it. They want to keep tabs on them.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to be really in need of racecraft here. They need to know how to manage the situation, because if those leading 3 get away, if they pull away too far, then it's become very, very difficult for anyone else to get on the podium. That's not what they want as we go into Sector 4. Leonardo Zanni still leading, looking to add to that win in Barcelona, but it's not going to be easy at all for the young Italian. He's being followed by Carlos Cano. He's being followed by Singapore. He's being followed by the likes of Ramadipa and Bahosa, and Travis Borg as well in P6.
It looks like Pugliese just getting ahead of Plonk out on circuits, up into P7 for our championship leader. Side by side though, down the main straight, it looks to be 3 wide nearly in the run to turn 1. It's a great drive from Carlos Cano, but where is Singapore? There he is, back into the race lead. The 85, he started from pole as Zanni reclaims second.
And Carlos Cano now relegated to P3. He's going to be trying to hit back as soon as possible, but what a move there. It looked like Zanni was the one that was trying to get ahead, but Singapore on that wider line, just swooping ahead of both of them. Absolutely fantastic stuff from the tyre rider.
Yeah, you got a slingshot onto the main straight, and that Honda proving to be fast in a straight line. Zani though, where will he make the move yet again? We know how strong he can be on the brakes. The 57, if he builds a move straight away, doesn't want to allow Singapore to enter a rhythm. Yellow flags out over at turn 1, and that's your reason why. The 74, a big shame for Ikegami. He walks away from it. Whether that be a technical or a crash, it was a crash. A massive shame for him. Wide though for Singapore, and now Zani, he'll be beginning to smell an opportunity.
Yeah, he will as we approach turn 7 in this technical final sector. There's so much going on here in the opening exchanges of this race.
On the green there for a couple of riders. That looked to be Pugliese, your championship leader, out on the green this early in a race. Not what you want to be doing, as Travis Borg has also moved ahead now with the fastest lap of the race ahead of Ramadipa.
Yeah, Borg with a 143.724, so he's the fastest rider of any of this leading group, and he's making sure that he's right on the back of this tail as we go through turn 13 and the start-finish straight. What's going to happen this time around? Who's going to take full advantage of the slipstream? And there we do have Pugliese. Bujosa now with the fastest lap at 143.615, and he moves down to P5, so Borg manages to edge ahead there. But not for long, I don't think.
Yeah, not for long, as well, Bujosa had a big look for second position. He slots back into third as Borg sets the fastest lap yet again. But Carlos Cano in the race lead, he's somehow held on to that one. Things are getting tight though in this league group at turn 1, at turn 3, you would imagine, at turn 4 and turn 6 as well in a few moments' time. Still 13 laps remaining. And well, Connor, you have to wonder, with only one race on the schedule here today for the Moto3 Junior World Championship, you have to wonder how much these points mean to them. It looks very important indeed.
It looks very important indeed, because these riders are automatically so competitive anyway. And now we are seeing a double long lap penalty for the number 49, Longarello, who has not had the start to his 2026 in the Moto3 Junior class that he would have wanted at all. Coming back from a collarbone injury, now missing the first races in Barcelona, and here in Estoril, well, that's not what he would have wanted at all. It's currently P29, and now with a double long lap penalty.
Yeah, let's not forget those issues heading on to the warm-up lap. He then dropped behind the safety car, rejoined on the warm-up lap, and then pulled back into pit lane, only to pull out yet again out on circuit. So yeah, not been the race so far that Longarello would have wanted. It's been a story to say the very least, as we focus on this battle for second position. And I say second because Cano, he has got a margin ahead of him, as Zani, Borg and Bujosa try to use the slipstream to catch up, but free wide there for the battle for third.
Yeah, Singapore as well, just behind, really getting as much of drive as you could possibly imagine, and he's now moved into P3. It's absolutely fantastic stuff. It is Cano who leads there. He's now got a bit of a gap there, 0.4 seconds, pulling away. This is precisely what the riders behind can't allow to happen. Zani, the likes of Singapore, they need to stop battling it out between themselves and really make sure that Cano cannot progress any further than he already has.
Ogiwara also moving up another position ahead of Enzo Ballon. So Enzo Ballon back down to P10 for himself. As Carlos Cano, well, he's not going to get away with this one. It seems it was 0.3 of a second at the line last time around. That gap has certainly came down. We'll go for the time being in just a few moments' time. As Zani, well, he's on the attack to say the very least. Bujosa, we've seen such an impressive start to his rookie campaign, and now he looks to pile on the pressure. That gap, as we mentioned at the front, down to 1/10 of a second.
Yeah, we just saw Ramadipa get ahead of him there, but I'm not sure for how long he's going to be able to maintain that. There's real pressure here. Pugliese now in P7, 1.5 seconds for Pugliese behind. So we look at Carlos Cano. As we go through turn 11, head towards turn 12, and the parabolic Ayrton Senna. So these riders at the front, he's leading 5. Pugliese, Borg, just not quite at their level right now.
Of course, still a long way to go for this one. There's a big moment there in the mid-pack, it looks like, of that front group. Everyone's staying on 2 wheels, luckily. As well, the 85 of Singapore at the back of this train. He should get a double slipstream to an extent. Can he reclaim the race lead? We've seen it once, and it looks like we might see it again. Zani, though, has the inside line and far more aggressive. So is Cano. Almost pushing him off the circuit onto the curbs. The 85 goes. No moves made that time around. Borg, meanwhile, has managed to slot himself fully into 4th position.
Yeah, absolutely. This battle at the front is proving to be quite breathtaking. Leonardo Zanni there stealing the lead and doing so in style. Turn 1 delivering drama once again. Absolutely fantastic stuff from Leonardo Zanni to claim the lead. Now he's going to have the tough issue of trying to pull ahead. Carlos kind of wasn't able to do it. Is the Italian at the lead?
Now Zanni, 1/10 of a second. Carlos Cano, as we mentioned, in second. Bahosa looking up the inside, and well, that's going to get tight. Luckily, no contact made between himself and Ramadipa out on circuit. Keep your eye on Kiatasak Ramadipa. Of course, we know how fast he is able to be in the later parts of races. Now, though, Pugliese looking up the inside of Bahosa. And well, Pugliese, is this going to be the first real move we've seen to get himself inside that top 6 bracket?
Yeah, he's going to be looking to do everything to get back into that fight at the front. After a peculiar qualifying for him, this is where he needs to be. He knows he needs to be latching onto this leading group. He can't be allowing them for any moment to have any peace leading this. He needs to get back involved if he's going to be protecting his lead in the championship.
Yeah, he needs to get his elbows out for sure, and that looks to be a rider down. That's a 37, a big shame
Nicholas
there for them. Yes, and Nicholas, he walks away from that one. That's over at turn 9, and actually just making contact with a rider ahead, and somehow the 47 stays on. Yes, so Tibor Varga, no clue how he managed to keep that on 2 wheels. I'm not sure he'll know, but yeah, Nicholas, he has no clue what happened there. I'm sure Varga got a shock at that as well.
Absolutely, Varga. Incredible to keep that bike on 2 wheels. We are now back with the front. 10 laps to go here. Carlos Cano now leading.
Here comes Borg. Up into 3rd position, so Travis Borg has made that move work, pushes Zanni all the way down to P4 now. So this lead 4 rider group has, yeah, that's Varga retiring the bike. So clearly some damage picked up from turn 9.
Yeah, well, he did spectacularly well to stay on 2 wheels there, but it's a shame again to see his race come to an early conclusion. Borg now in P3, pushing Zanni just behind, but anyone in this leading group. I think Borg's just taking the lead there. No. Singapong still.
Yeah, both Hondas, of course, a lot of red on them as well, both white helmets, so super close to see out on circuit. Pugliese, though, still remaining ahead of Bahosa out on track, so P6 for him, but a nice little margin that Ramadipa has formed. So Pugliese, maybe not the ground that we would expect him to make up at this stage of the race. Maybe we would have thought he would be inside the top 5 at the very least, fighting for that podium place.
Of course, we know that anything can happen and everything can change at any moment in Moto3 Junior. We're going to see that probably more than ever as we exit turn 13. Who gets the drive? Who gets the slipstream? As we go down the start-finish straight. For the time being, it is still Singapong who leads. Zanni's just slotting in behind Carlos Cano, and he's already pulling ahead there. Now, Cano just able to hammer it down there. Looks like he's managed to maintain that P3 position. But as we approach, and there is Cano who goes into P3. Borg still in P2. No, Borg now in P1.
Yeah, so Travis Borg taking the race lead this time around. So himself and Singapong going head-to-head out on track. Still 9 laps remaining in this race, though, so not over yet. Carlos Cano, of course, remaining in 3rd. Bite to this time at the moment. Super good to see for the young rider. Of course, his first season in the championship. He had the opportunity last season to become a double European Cup champion. Sadly for himself, it didn't pan out in the way we would have expected. As now, the 32, Ramadipa, puts him under pressure, overtakes him, as WL flags out over at turn 1. And running wide, that does look to be Travis Borg. So Singapong retaking the race lead.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff from Singapong there. Baidi's time took full advantage of the mistake made by Travis Borg and now hits the lead once again. So the Thai rider currently in P1, but this is chopping and this is changing all the time. Leonardo Zanni's just relegated Carlos Cano down to P5 there as well, a bit further back.
Into the final set, so we go in a few moments' time. It's a Honda 1, 2, 3 out on circuit. Leonardo Zanni on the KTM remaining in P4, and we'll have a look at those championship standings. Pugliese's championship gap will come down to 12 points ahead of the next round of the season. Of course, Jerez is next up, an iconic venue yet again, as the 32 of Ramadipa looks up the inside on the run to turn 1. Can he reclaim second? Can he take the race lead? The answer to that is yes. So impressive.
But look at
Now
Bahosa as well, the
it's going to
inside.
get tight.
There's contact there with Zani and Bahosa. Tight was the word there, Lewis.
So close between them. Somehow, everyone remaining on 2 wheels. They're going to continue it out, and well, they're not going to forget a move like that. You're going to repay the favour later on.
Yeah, well, I'm showing the hearts and mouths moment there for the Momoven Racing team back in their box. That's not what they want to see, but their 2 riders currently in P8 and P9, Leonardo Zani and Guillaume Planks.
Ramadipa, let's not forget, continuing to lead the field through, and now Pugliese, through all of that, he does sit P6, but now behind his teammate Carlos Cano. Can they work together in this group? It's going to be so tricky to do that, because I mean the Momoven riders nearly colliding, and then the EC Racing machine getting involved as well. So running wide there and losing a couple of spots, you have to say, was Gonzalez, the number 11, back down to the back of this pack.
Yeah, as you go through the right-hander in Sector 3 and approach the incredibly technical turns 8 and 9. This is racing at its very best in Moto3 Junior. Gianjo Ramadipa still leading as we go up the deceptive elevation here at turns 11 and 12. But you take a look at that move there from Bahosa and the contact there. They're very lucky to stay on 2 wheels, everyone there. There's not much space at turn 1 at all, and they've all managed to stay up and they've all managed to keep part of this leading group.
It can look very open over at turn 1, but then there's a pinch point where everyone comes super close, and then suddenly you need to get the bike over to the left-hand side of the circuit for turn 2. But now Travis Borg, he looks up the inside yet again and looks to make that move work, and he does indeed. So it's still a Honda 1, 2, 3, but now it's Travis Borg sitting in P1 and very wide off the circuit, actually, it looks like there, for the number 24 of Plonk.
Yeah, David Gonzalez a bit further back as well has moved ahead of Leonardo Zani, who's now in P8. Well, he's moved now back up to P7, but Gonzalez briefly joining this group and making sure everyone knows that he's there.
Yeah, and he made his presence known there on Zani, nearly making contact with Zani's leg with his front wheel. Obviously, no contact made over at turn 4. Through turn 5 we went, and now towards turn 6. Ramadipa up the inside. This race is chopping and changing at every opportunity, and really it's going to be a case of getting yourself in a good track position for the final lap or 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Pugliese as well, now into P5. So we're going to be seeing that. Oh, he just dropped down to P6. Commentator's curse. Bahosa is in P5 for the time being, but those championship standings are going to be chopping and changing as well as we see everything happening out here on track.
Made it out on circuit through turn 10. We go now, winding up the power yet again through turns 12, turns 11, then turn 12, and then of course turn 13. The parabolic Ayrton Senna, the final corner. Well, a good chance to build up some momentum, build up some speed onto the main straight, as we see Leonardo Zani doing exactly that on his rivals and trying to get a lead on Pugliese on the 31. Down the start-finish straight we go yet again though, side by side for Borg and Singapong out on circuit. How close do you like it in the Moto3 Junior World Championship? Through turn 1 we go yet again. Who will make the move? It looks like Cano trying his best in P4.
Yeah, Cano's trying his best now. He's going side by side with his old rival, Bahosa, as well. It's just absolutely sensational racing from start to finish. No one has led up, no one has given it an inch here, and everyone is going flat out for the win here with just 5.5 laps to go in Estoril. It's still Ramadipa who's leading from Singapore, and Travis Borg, Indonesia, Thailand and Malta currently on our provisional podium.
Exactly what we love to see. Good diversity, of course. A lot of nationalities taking part in this championship this year. As always, as we see Ramadipa, I mean, round 1, he was one of the standout performers, certainly, of how quick he was able to make his presence known. And it seems like Estoril, he's made yet another step.
I think we've got an issue for the Venezuelan rider as well. Speaking about the nationalities, Tinez has dropped down the standings, and there we have the confirmation there. Good to see he's okay, but frustrating. Another rider with a lot of talent seeing their race come to an early end here.
Judging by how his levers have rubbed on the tarmac, you would suggest he's just lost the front on a right-hander there. So a massive shame for himself as the battle will continue on at the front. Of course, yellow flag still out over at turns 3 and turns 4 for the time being. Hopefully that's all sorted, and it is now the green flag's out. So when we get there, racing can continue. But yeah, as you mentioned, Singapore trying his best, but here comes Travis Borg. He'll have essentially a double slipstream slingshot heading towards turn 1. Will he launch a move down the inside? The 23 does have a cheeky little look, but thinks better of it.
So good from Ramadipa as well to manage to maintain that lead despite the pressure that is growing as we go into turn number 2 here. Ramadipa doing so well leading this race, just managing to control the situation to the best of his ability, knowing that the riders around him are really desperate for a win. Go through the left-hander there. And onto the back straight now. Are we going to be seeing anyone lining up a move with a left-hander at turn 6? Parabolica Interior. Travis Borg looks hungry, he's not going to make the move here. What about anyone else in the leading pack? No, as we swing round and into sector 3.
Yeah, we carry on. Long lap penalty, of course, located over at turn 6 for anyone who's been naughty throughout the weekend. But luckily, not too many penalties in the Moto3 Junior class. As well, the CF Moto riders trading blows out on circuit. That looks to be Pugliese getting ahead of his younger teammate Carlos Cano. As now here comes the ECh Race and rider of Bajosa and Gonzalez, both looking to make their indent. Gonzalez first on the CF Moto riders. He's going to have to run it slightly wider though. He will have the inside line over at turn 12, but no room at all. To make a move work through there, you need to get alongside nice and early, and well, that just wasn't the case this time around. But ever since Ramadipa, Borg and Singapore have got inside the top 3, we haven't exactly seen the KTM riders be able to challenge them just yet.
Not yet, but there's still plenty of racing to go. 4 laps, in fact, and this is where we see the difference being made time and time again. Travis Borg on the inside line. He's going to be able to take the lead there, and there we are. He has hit it, and everyone trading blows there, trying to get through. It is Borg who leads. No, it's not. As we go into turn 2, it's still Ramadipa then at the front, but Borg piling on the pressure, and Carlos Cano as well, trying to get on the inside there. He has managed to claim P2 though, as we head into the left-hander. It's Ramadipa who still leads. Cano trying to force his way through, but no, only able to get into P2.
It was 2x2 all the way through turn 3 there. Luckily, nobody making contact, and well, some good moves and good position and points gained from Carlos Cano, who now sits 2nd position on the road ahead of Travis Borg and Singapore. Of course, Singapore started from pole position. Kiantosak Ramadipa, though, let's not forget, is your race leader. 1/10 of a second separated them at the last timing point as Pugliese launches a move on Gonzalez. So that's going to be Gonzalez, the number 11, pushed back down the order yet again. And let's not forget, Leonardo Zani setting P7. Now it's going to get tight over at turns 9 and 10. No contact made so far, but getting elbows out is Singapore.
I mean, we've seen just how aggressive some of these riders can be. We've seen it in the Momoven Moto4 European Cup, formerly, of course, the European Talent Cup. We've seen that they're so competitive, so aggressive. Elbows out, absolutely. The likes of Pugliese as well. David Gonzalez, too. He's done so well. A bit of a slow burner in this race. We didn't really see too much of him up until about 2-3 laps ago. And he really has just grit his teeth and powered through as we are now passing the start-finish straight and heading down towards turn 1. Are we going to see another move here? It's Carlos Cano who seizes the lead there. He's going to be able to make it sick. Bujosa trying to go on the inside there, maybe just a bit too inside. Slots into P4. No, he's under pressure from Pugliese. What a battle this is as well with David Gonzalez as well.
Travis Borg reclaiming 2nd position. He briefly got pushed back down to P3 from Ramadipa, but I think Travis Borg did well there over at turn 1. Although he lost the position, He was breaking out on the curb, the bike got completely unsettled, and he took 2 or 3 attempts of actually tipping in that bike before it settled down, and that allowed Carlos Cano just to swoop through. Now though, keep your eye on the 32 of Ramadipa. He set up yet another move over at turn 6. Textbook stuff this time around, and trying to run it from the outside line is Travis Borg. A little bit of moment there from Gonzalez on the rear, just getting sat up ever so slightly. Pugliese will be on the attack now, looking to capitalize on that mistake. The 31, so close.
So close, so close. He needs to protect that lead in the championship as well. But just a moment on Ramadipa, he's looked so strong on the left-handers here. He's really such a talented rider. We can see the lap championship then. It is Pugliese who leads with a 10-point gap ahead of Cano and Ramadipa, with Travis Borg 20 points behind. So it's still so close at the front, and these riders leading here in Estoril and giving it absolutely everything. There's so much on the line in Portugal.
Heading on to the penultimate lap of action here in Portugal. It's Carlos Cano who leads, but for how long, as we see the likes of Ramadipa pulling out alongside Travis Borg, also there. Borg well and truly on the inside, the 23, diving down the inside on the 32, jumped on for himself. Pugliese also up to second, Cano down to 4th, so from 1st to 4th, Cano not the positions he would have wanted, but he knows for next time around if he's going to be able to lead it all the way to the checkered flag.
Absolutely, we can't forget that these riders, a huge amount of them, are all rookies in this class. It's absolutely sensational. Travis Borg hits the front. It's his rookie season here in 2026. He's been challenged by the likes of Bujosa and Carlos Cano, all rookies, all delivering right from the start of this 2026 campaign, their maiden campaign in Moto3 Junior. Such incredible talent on display.
Yeah, incredible to watch these riders out on circuit. As you mentioned, Travis Borg.
Once again, on the left, Singapong there.
Yeah, good move for himself. Jumped on over at turn 6 and up into second place for him. But Carlos Cano has just proved yet again how easy it is to get swallowed up in this pack. And suddenly you're leading the way, everything's going your way, and then you're back down in 5th, 6th position.
Yeah, no one's giving an inch. This is a battle that has really been going since the very beginning of this race. Everyone giving it absolutely everything. Ramadipa, who's leading there, who's proved time and time again over the course of this campaign just how skilled and talented he is. He's really hit the ground running in Moto3 Junior, and now he is leading from Travis Borg. With Pugliese now in P3, that could prove so important in the championship standings.
Yeah, that could prove crucial at the end of the season. Obviously, points make prizes in 2026. Travis Borg, we've learned in this race, he's not afraid to get his elbows out. One more circulation of the Estoril circuit is left. Carlos Cano trying to make a move work as well for himself, but it is going to be Pugliese taking the race lead on the final lap. 2 for the price of 1. Pugliese, the Italian rider, hits the front.
Well, he was, again, slow to get going with Pugliese, but he's hit the front exactly when he needs to on the final lap. Pugliese leading the championship, leading in the sole race here in Estoril in Moto3 Junior. It is just moments for Pugliese. He needs to hold on, but it's not going to be easy. He's got Travis Borg just behind. He's got Ramadipa as well. It's not going to be easy. He's got the likes of Gonzalez. He's got the likes of Zani as well behind him. But it is, for the time being, Pugliese who leads as we go down the back straight.
Down towards turn 6, Ramadipa slotted himself into second position. Now looking to claim the race
Look at that for Ramadipa.
That was so impressive. Bold with a capital B. Ramadipa hits the front. Pugliese in second. Travis Borg in third. Let's keep an eye as well on Carlos Cano in P4 and Leonardo Zani, who's got himself up into 5th towards turn 9 to 10, where some moves will be made.
Yeah, we're into the final sector now. It is Ramadipa who leads. Anything can happen here. Pugliese into P3. Absolutely incredible stuff. We're going through the left-hander of turn 12. We've got one corner left for these riders in Moto3 Junior. What's going to happen here as we approach the start-finish straight? They're going to need to get the drive. They're going to need to come out of this corner absolutely perfectly. It is currently Ramadipa. Is that going to change? Travis Borg just behind, trying to catch up. But it is Giandra Ramadipa with the win. What a moment for him. Absolutely incredible stuff from Giandra Ramadipa. He's followed by Travis Borg and Carlos Cano onto the podium. Incredible stuff from Ramadipa.
What a ride that was. I mean, that was every single ounce of experience, every single ounce of talent on display. And well, you can tell, Sigapong, he has absolutely loved that battle. Let's keep in mind, starting from pole position, led a good amount of the race as well. He crosses the line down in P7. The results doesn't do the ride any justice at all.
Yeah, it can sometimes be quite cruel, this sport, because every one of those riders in that leading pack of 7 was delivering, pack of 8 really, if we include Gruposa as well, was delivering an incredible battle, an absolute feast for the senses from start to finish for everyone watching. But it is Ramadipa who builds on that podium that he earned in Barcelona, and rightly so. He can wheelie out of joy. He takes 25 points and is second in the Moto3 Junior standings as a consequence of his first race win. A rookie, and he's showing us how to get it done. Travis Borg as well, third in the championship. A phenomenal ride from him. P2, absolutely sensational stuff from the Maltese rider.
Yeah, incredible. I mean, we did say before the race, keep your eye on him. He's been strong throughout Friday and Saturday morning, and then in qualifying didn't quite go his way, certainly with the pace that he was showing leading so many sessions. But Travis Borg, he was brave in that one, especially at turns 9 and turns 10, where he was not afraid to sling it round the outside to try and make a move work. So super impressive. Not to forget Carlos Cano, a rookie in this championship, of course, P3 for himself.
Yeah, absolutely. A podium for Carlos Cano, and well deserved. He's shown us exactly what he's capable of. He just looks a bit overwhelmed there after his performance there. Incredible ride from the young Spaniard. Let's see if Moto Aspar machine. They'll be heading towards Parc Fermé. He's used to going there in the Moto4 European Cup. This will be his first time in Moto3 Junior. As we see Travis Borg enter Parc Fermé after his P2 finish. Phenomenal ride. Consecutive P2 finishes for the Maltese rider, and you can see what it means to him. You can see what it means to his team as well, as Carlos Cano pulls in alongside. We're still waiting for our race winner, Kiandra Ramadipa. We'll be hearing from him shortly as well. Get his thoughts on the race here in Estoril. Again, here is the race-winning overtake, 2 for the price of 1. Kiandra Ramadipa again at turn 6, just so good at that left-hander, just slingshotting around there and getting ahead of Carlos Cano and Travis Borg, and managing to hold on when it was so difficult to do so, coming out of turn 13. The first win for the rookie, Kiandra Ramadipa, adding to his podium in Barcelona. It's difficult to overstate exactly what the Indonesian rider has done here. A phenomenal ride, and what a moment as well for the Honda Asia Dream Racing team. Well deserved, and you can really see the camaraderie between these two as well. P7 finish for Singapore. And here we can see the celebrations for Kiandra Ramadipa. Second in the championship, 51 points to his name so far. The season's long, but it's important to get a good start, and he has done just that. He's really, really impressed in these opening 2 rounds. And again, another moment of camaraderie between those 2 riders. So great to see how well they've been performing. And here is Travis Borg. We said he was strong in practice, but then in qualifying didn't get away quite as well as he would have liked. Finished starting the race from P8, and despite that, secured a place on the podium with a P2 finish. As we've mentioned, for the second race running. And there we are, Carlos Cano with his first podium. Started from P3, finished in P3. Challenged at the front, hit the front a couple of times. Wasn't able to make it stick really, but was just caught out on the inside of turn 6 one too many times by our eventual race winner, Kiandra Ramadipa. But he'll be relishing this podium, his first in this class, in Moto3 Junior. He's used to being in Parc Fermé, as we mentioned, in Moto4, the former European Talent Cup. Of course, won that back in 2024, runner-up in 2025, and now he's got his sights set on Moto3 Junior. We'll be hearing very shortly from Kiandra Ramadipa, our race winner, who is down with Lewis.
Kiandra Ramadipa, what a ride that was for yourself. Race win, of course, for yourself, but a good battle and you had to work very hard.
Yeah, it was a difficult race. I was working really hard during the race, and I had a big moment in the last corner. I tried to catch the group and I tried to lead the race, and I tried to going with my own pace. And yeah, in the last lap, I tried to overtake many the other rider. I tried to lead in the last sector, and I tried to manage to keep the position until the finish line.
And just in your native language for all your friends and family and sponsors back home.
Ya, alhamdulillah, terima kasih semuanya, terima kasih Estoril Racing Team dan semua sponsor saya, tentunya keluarga saya, ayah, ini buat ayah, ya, dan buat juga adik Al. Terima kasih semuanya yang sudah mendukung saya, tentunya Bunda, dan ya saya akan terus improving diri saya untuk race selanjutnya di ECh Race. Terima kasih.
Well done.
Thank you.
Let's take a look back then at what was an absolutely sensational Moto3 Junior race here in Estoril. We saw the battle at the front, chopping and changing. A leading group of 8 battling it out from start to finish, no one giving it an inch. The likes of Carlos kind of hitting the front, but on the start-finish straight, coming under pressure. Leonardo Zanni moving ahead, and the likes of Ramadipa and Singapong, who did start from pole, really giving it absolutely everything. We saw Travis Borg getting involved as well and hitting the front, and Fernando Bujosa also made sure that he got involved in the battle at the front as well. Making a move in the final sector proved to be absolutely vital, and that tricky turns 9, 10, 11 and 12 before the Parabolica, Ayrton Senna. A moment there which ended the races of a few contenders as well. But back at the front, Leonardo Zanni putting the pressure on for the final podium spot. Bujosa and David Gonzalez getting involved as well. The Spaniard leaving it late, but going all in when he could. And again, turn 1 proving to be so important there. A bit of a moment there as well, because there's just not enough room for these riders who are so aggressive at that opening turn. But it was Kiandra Ramadipa who hit the front late on and has managed to hold on despite the pressure. Carlos Cano again tries to get to the front. It's just on the last lap. And Pugliese as well, who hit the front right at the beginning of the final lap, but was unable to make it stick, because at turn 6, once again, Kiandra Ramadipa struck, and on the left-hander, once again, he proved to be the superior rider here in Estoril to get his 2026 win under his belt with a fantastic 25 points in Portugal. And now we are with the podium.
Third place, terceiro lugar, Carlos
After
Cano.
the Moto3 Junior race here, Carlos Cano, third place finisher, after what was a sensational battle between a leading group that didn't give an inch. Travis Borg as well takes P2, and Kiandra Ramadipa will take the top spot on the rostrum for the first time this year. Absolutely wonderful stuff. FIM representative Jean-Marc Deneau presenting the trophy to the team representative from Honda Asia Dream Racing Junior team, and to Carlos Cano as well, a P3 finisher.
E o vice-presidente da Federação de Motociclismo de Portugal, Gonçalo Moraes Sarmento.
The Vice President of the Portuguese Motorcycle
Segundo
Racing
classificado,
Association,
presenting the trophy
for
second, Travis Borg.
P2 to Travis Borg. A podium of rookies. It's incredible to think about.
Também ao vencedor,
And our winner,
trophy to the winner.
Keandra Ramadipa. A well-deserved win. And he's got every reason to celebrate. You can see the joy on his face after what was a phenomenal performance, and we will be hearing the Indonesian national anthem now.
And now for the ceremony with Soda.
Great to hear the Indonesian national anthem ringing out, and Indonesia really a country making a name for itself in the world of motorsport at the moment. We've seen absolutely fantastic riders lately, and Keandra Ramadipa, the latest in a long line of fantastic riders in this class. Of course, these riders just celebrating with soda
And now for the photo.
ahead of the class photo. Well, they can now go and celebrate. The job is done. Only one race in Moto3 Junior class here in Estoril. And here are the final results.
Keandra Ramadipa is your race winner for the Moto3 Junior World Championship race here in Estoril. Just over half a tenth separate himself and Travis Borg as Carlos Cano rounds out your podium finishers. Pugliese and Gonzalez inside the top 5 with Zani, Singapong, Bahosa, Plonk and Ogiwara rounding out the top 10. Enzo Ballon, Yaroslav Karpushin, Gabarini, DaCosta and Modigliani rounds out your point scorers here in Estoril. As Silva Menzi, Gonzalo Perez and Abruzzo round out the top 18. Michelin, Philip Sorobiak round out the top 20 with Gutierrez, Bertola, Rousseau, Pignont and Incaretha. Of course, we've seen a long lap penalty handed for him. He's finished P25. Tine, Alex Longarella, Varga, Nicholas, Ikigami, Evan Belford and Oliveras all running into issues in that one. Massive shame there for them, but that will leave things like this in the championship standings. Pugliese still leads, but it's Ramadipa in second, just 7 points behind now. Number 32 is Lurkin Borg. Rockets himself up to P3 in the standings as Cano and Zane round out the top 5 in your championship runners. 2 places though lost this time around for Zane, Abruzzo as well. Couple of positions lost. He drops outside the top 10 in the championship. Enzo Ballon and David Gonzalez as well. A good ride for him in that lead group. That places himself P14 in the standings. 11 points for him this year, of course. Not a great start to the season, but a good points haul here on Sunday. Remy San Juan as well, losing out a few points for himself. But a great race, you have to say, Connor. But luckily, we can do it all again in Jerez. 25 points have been handed out.
Yeah, absolutely sensational race. It's the kind of race that we expect now in Moto3 Junior. The talent on display, the caliber of these riders, really the stars of the future. Make sure you don't go anywhere because we've got plenty more racing on the way here in Estoril.
Momoven Moto4 European Cup is back for more this afternoon as we introduce the second part of this weekend's doubleheader. The next batch of 25 points are ready to be won following an epic opening race of the day. The championship standings remain incredibly close as we await to find out what the next twist in the tail is going to be over the next 15 laps of action. Stay glued to your screens at home because you don't want to miss this one as the next generations of Grand Prix stars get their elbows out on this technical Estoril circuit featuring 13 corners, offering some of the best racing you can find. That's right, European Cup Race 2 is go. Looking back to this morning though, where Álvaro Lucas started from pole position. Savino was in chase in the early stages, looking to finally capitalise after finishing P2 in Barcelona. It was an epic fight behind though as the front two traded blows. Obviously Pratelli working his way through the order following a penalty received on Saturday afternoon. The front two traded moves race on as this crash happened behind a massive shame for them, but luckily staying on two wheels in front. The race went down to the final lap. The checker flag was waving in a few moments' time as Savino briefly led the race, looking to finally take the maximum 25 points available. Lurking behind though was the Honda rider, obviously the 51 Dakigan having a great ride so far. Efran also involved in the lead group. Race 1 was decided all the way on the last lap. It treated the Estoril fans from start to finish. Efran briefly getting himself up into P2. Pratelli though lurked behind along with the AC Racing team rider. As well, Galan looked to try and make a few moves himself. Dakigan though running wide, allowing Savino back through briefly as Efran continued his move. Until this moment here, Efran taking out Lorenzo Pratelli and stretching the field behind. This allowed the likes of Álvaro Lucas to shoot off into the distance, forcing Savino and Dakigan to trade blows for second and third. It was Álvaro Lucas who took victory and has so far in 2026 took the maximum points available. What's going to happen now? Because race 2 is moments away. Here we are though, the stage is set. Estoril in the sunshine. What more can you ask for? Well, how about some Momoven Moto4 European Cup action? My name is Lewis Rain, joining me for this one and the entire blockbuster schedule that we've got on offer here at MotoJunior is Connor Doherty. And well, Connor, what a race we had earlier on this morning. Álvaro Lucas was your victor, but it wasn't plain sailing.
No, it wasn't plain sailing whatsoever, and it looks like nothing is in this class. We saw some absolutely fantastic racing. Álvaro Lucas and Eduardo Savino really showing us what a battle can be at this level. It was absolutely fantastic this morning here in Portugal, and I cannot wait to see more Momoven Moto4 European Cup action.
The Portuguese flag waves in the winds, and well, there's a slight breeze around this Estoril circuit, but I can tell you it's still very, very hot when you're standing there in the sunshine or up here in the commentary box, whichever that may be. But nonetheless, the grid is starting to form, and meaning we're not too far away from getting going now. It looks like we're still waiting for Savino to make his way onto the grid, but I can tell you, Álvaro Lucas is there and ready for more. 2 wins from 2 races and 50 points. I mean, does it get any better than that, Connor?
No, and it's difficult to say which would mean more because Álvaro Lucas is now, given this race this morning in Estoril and in round 1 in Barcelona, showed us a real variety to his racing capabilities, his absolutely unstoppable, it seems. Well, that's the question that's going to have to be posed, isn't it? Who is capable of stopping Álvaro Lucas after a perfect start to 2026?
Perfect start indeed, but well, we spoke about it a couple of times during race 1, and we also spoke about it during, well, you spoke about it during Barcelona as well, and that is about Savino. 2 podiums, 2 second places, and 2 opportunities where he came so close, yet so far from victory.
I mean, you talk about so close. I think in Barcelona it was just 6,000th of a second that denied him the win. It looked at one point, I believe, that both him and Álvaro Lucas were celebrating because it wasn't clear who'd won. It was just that close. But that's what we can expect from racing in the European Cup. Just everyone is so talented, and deciding points are made by margins that are just so small.
Yeah, so small. And well, that is the theme of the European Cup, and it's a championship that you've never been able to predict ever since it was launched a few years ago. But we do have a couple of riders in this class now that are becoming somewhat veterans and that know the script indeed. And let's not forget as well, Lorenzo Pertelli, who we'll see in a few moments' time. The 67, he was handed the penalty for this morning's race, forced to start down in sixth, still involved in the lead group, but now that he's watching from the front row, you have to say, this is a perfect chance.
Yeah, it's a real opportunity for the young Italian. He's obviously got so much talent, and he's shown us that by taking pole in Barcelona. He's got on the podium as well. This time around in race 2 here in Estoril, he's got a real opportunity. Starting from the front row, as you mentioned there, he's going to need to try and make sure that he doesn't get caught up in anything happening behind. He needs to pull away as well as possible, and he needs to use the slipstream on the back straight and on the start-finish straight as well as he can. And here we are on the second row. There's Tamburini starting from P4 on his EC Racing machine. Another talented rider. To wait and see what he's capable of delivering here this afternoon in Estoril.
Yeah, and a team change for the number 18 this season, of course. And well, it's been going pretty smooth ever since then. He's been in the Talent Cup, or what was the Talent Cup, since 2024. Now, of course, the European Cup, as we see Galan ready to launch from P5. So number 23, what can he do this time around? He finished 13th in Barcelona. It was a solid ride for himself. But, well, in the Estoril, he was able to find the pace, get a good qualifying position, and now really pick up some solid championship points.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, qualifying is so important. I mean, I feel it's a bit tongue-in-cheek to say when you see the likes of Lucas starting from P28 on the grid and still finishing as race winner, as exactly what happened in Barcelona. But it's just so crucial to get away well, to get a good Saturday under your belt in qualifying. And then we have the Colombian Marulanda as well. He's going to be starting from P6. And I'm very excited for who's coming up next as well. Victor Cuberes. He's a fantastic young Spanish talent, held in very high regards by none other than Jorge Lorenzo. I think that's a familiar name to everyone watching.
Yeah, exactly. And let's not forget as well, Cuberes, earlier on, he was also handed a penalty, and now starting P7 is a good chance.
Yeah, he's got a real opportunity to show us what he's capable of. The entire audience watching on is going to be very keen to see what he's capable of delivering as well. So he starts on the second row. See how he gets away and how he approaches that critical opening corner.
Back again as well. Let's not forget his show of talent in race 1. One of the standout performers for sure. But you have to think he'll be looking towards a race win as well, because he wasn't far from it. I think if Alvaro Lucas didn't get that margin, he was able.
The course of this week.
That
a bit with this competition last year, showing us maybe just a glimpse of what he was capable of, and this time around I think there's a lot of people expecting more in 2026. I mean, he's a fantastic rider, so it's going to be very interesting to see what will happen. Alfonso Almeida, his race came to an early conclusion in this morning's encounter. It'll be great to see him perform as well in front of his home fans. The Portuguese here out in numbers, of course, for the MotoJunior FAM World Championship. So let's hope that he gets to show them what he's capable of as well.
Yeah, exactly. Want to show his talent as well, we look at the grid. It's a packed grid here in Estoril. It's always good to see as well all the fans watching on track side as well, the teams now make their way off the grids and make their way back into pit lane. We'll watch the action unfold either from the pit wall or from the pit garages themselves. But you can hear the bikes being fired into life as starter motors obviously rolling the rear wheel on the spot, and then they're able to bump it onto the grid. Unlike what you would see on a street bike where you simply press a button and it turns on. So no real electric starter motor like you would see on a conventional bike, but still these are thoroughbred racing machines, and that's why they produce such great action.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these machines are capable of delivering racing at a level of adrenaline which is just, for me, so enjoyable. It's incredible to see them. I mean, at this level, at MotoGP level, well, it's just something else, isn't it? There's something that really gets in your blood when you're watching these machines on track.
Yeah, there's something pretty special about watching the talent, the stars of the future on display here. Hugs all around over in the Lucas camp as we go racing.
Here is the starting grid then. Alvaro Lucas on pole. He's followed by Eduardo Savino and Lorenzo Pretelli on the front row, with Mattias Tamburini, Ignacio Galan and Matteo Marolanda just behind on the second row. On the third, we've got Victor Cubeles, Alfonsi Dakigan and Christian Borelli. Behind them, Kamil Irfan, Leonardo Casadei and home hero Afonso Almeida. Then we've got Krachovil, Ruth and Sparks behind them, Alessio Arnold, Enzo Zaragoza and Antoine Nativi. Starting from P18, Boxberg in P19, Osorio in P20, Ramila in 21, Sanchez 22nd, Mikey Lou Sanchez from P23, Cantos from P24, Castiblancas starts from P25, Schmidt P26, Reyes P20.
We're seeing some issues, and that's Savino, Eduardo Savino walking into the pit lane. I don't think they've been able to get that bike starting, Connor. So dramatic for them. Alvaro Lucas started from pole, and well, his main rival, he's not even going to be on the grid.
Oh, that's going to be so frustrating. That's going to be beyond frustrating. I mean, you can see just what it means as well. He knows he's losing a real opportunity to keep up the pace with Alvaro Lucas. I mean, in the last race and the previous race, it was Savino who pushed everything all the way right down to the wire, and this time around he's had this technical issue, and that could prove very, very costly.
Yeah, it looks like they were struggling to even get the bike moving there, so whether it's in gear and is this with the clutch, or maybe someone's just attached onto it while they're trying to get the bike ready to go on circuit. Whatever the case, hopefully the Leopard Junior team can get that sorted, at least get Savino starting from pit lane and pick up some points, or even still get a podium. I mean, we've seen Alvaro Lucas launch from P23, and now, well, they are looking at the front of that bike. Mechanics working very hard. They're earning their money here, that's for sure, but Savino, he cannot believe this. I mean, they're putting the bikes back up onto the stand. I'm almost wondering if it's something like a tire warmer that it's not been able to get off of the bike.
Yeah, it looked like sheer desperation from Savino there. I mean, he's going to be really struggling to see that something that's beyond his control could prove so costly for him, not just here in Portugal, but over the course of his season. Those points could be absolutely crucial. He does have, as you mentioned, the example of what Alvaro Lucas was capable of doing in Barcelona when he started from P28 and was able to win the race at Savino's expense, but that drama does not look like it's going to be resolved anytime soon, I have to say.
And it looks like they're trying to spin the front wheel there, so wherever the front wheel, the brakes have locked on and they just cannot get the bike moved. Whatever the case, they're going to be doing a good job to even get Savino out here, out of a pit lane start. And Alvaro Lucas will now realise in a few moments' time exactly what has went on here and realise his key rival is not going to join him on the front row of the grid. Such a shame for Eduardo Savino. He looks bewildered by the situation. He's trying to keep his cool. But one thing's for sure, if he's able to get the bike back out on track, he will ride it to its absolute limit. He's fired up and ready to go for sure. But well, there is 67 of Bertelli, still continuing down in pit lane. Time is running out. They're continuing to work on that front wheel. Well, a missing spot in row 1. Alvaro Lucas in pole, just 2 riders, Bertelli and Lucas. Who's going to claim the whole shot from row 1? The red lights appear on in a few moments' time for the Moto4 European Cup Race 2. Well, let's go. Away we go. Lights out, and Alvaro Lucas, a solid start for himself. Obviously, he's not going to be on the inside just yet, as Bertelli does claim the whole shot in the run to turn 1. The 67 does claim the race lead. Dakigan looking for a move up into P3, thinks better of it, slots back it down into 4th. Hopefully, everyone's able to make it through nice and clean through this first sector. Now, Alvaro Lucas towards turn 3. He's going to make the move for the race lead. The 46 dives down the inside. Job done for Alvaro Lucas.
Yeah, he didn't need to be asked twice at all, did he? As we see Savino now, he'll be so relieved to be able to get out on track, but that could be so costly for his title ambitions this early in the season. I'm not afraid to say it because that was really, really problematic for him on the grid. But it is Lucas who's leading. And for the time being, after Bertelli managed to briefly hit the front, Dakigan currently in P3.
Yeah, still in P3 for the time being. Back into the podium positions. Keep your eye as well for Irfan. He's up into P7 for the time being, but you would expect the MLAV rider to work his way through the order. Certainly what we've seen in race 1, obviously before that collision that we've seen at turns 9 and turns 10. But Alvaro Lucas, what a race start that was. Maybe not the launch we would have hoped for, but nonetheless, he's doing the damage now on the opening lap. As we see, number 27 diving down the inside. So Mario Landa up into the podium places, and now trying to stretch the gap and trying to catch up to Bertelli.
Yeah, 2 overtakes in quick succession by Mario Landa there. First on Galan and then on Dakigan. It's absolutely fantastic stuff as we come to the end of this opening lap here in Estoril in the second race of the Momoven Moto4 European Cup. But it is Alvaro Lucas who's just storming away for the time being. His principal rival not even remotely close, as Mario Landa now takes P2.
Yeah, just to give you an idea of exactly how far back Savino is, he's all the way over at turns 11 for the time being. Meanwhile, our leader's all the way at turns 1 and now turn 2 for Alvaro Lucas. He led by 0.6 of a second over the line last time around. Dakigan up into second place. Mario Landa looking for a move on Bertelli. But well, Bertelli, he's learned how to defend over at turn 3 after being overtaken by Lucas at that very spot on the opening lap.
Yeah, he slammed that door shut, I think it's fair to say. But this battle just behind Lucas, well, it's not really just behind because the gap's now 0.7 of a second. But this battle between Dakigan, Mario Landa and Bertelli, Galan's also in there as well as Irfan, who's been quite impressive over the course of this weekend, shows no sign of abating. As we go through turn 6, that left-hander now, is anyone able to get on the inside? Bertelli taking a more narrow line, but unable to make it count there.
Yeah, we saw something similar in race 1, certainly with Dakigan as well, always enjoying a wider line through turn 6. Obviously, such a heavy braking zone, one of the key overtaking spots, so it's turn 9 as Mario Landa makes that move work, makes it stick, and Bertelli back down yet another position, so it's so tight through there, yet the riders seem, especially in this smaller capacity, in these smaller bikes, able to make it work.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very interesting to see what they're actually trying to do here. Is they know that they've got the experience of race 1 already under their belts as well, so they know where they can make the move, they know where they can make it stick, and this, of course, is one of the key points to start-finish straight. It's Mario Landa and on the inside there.
Yeah, close racing all the way through. As, yeah, heading through turn 1, Dakigani will be on the outside, and that was textbook stuff yet again from Mario Landa. Fratelli dropping back down yet another spot, and that's thanks to our fan, of course. They have history from race 1, but I'm sure no hard blood as Mario Landa does go down over at turns 2 and turns 3. A big crash between them. Not nice to see at all. As we cut back to Alvaro Lucas, of course, 13 laps remaining in this Moto4 European Cup Race 2. So, well, both of them walking away off the circuit as the racing does continue at the head of this field.
Yeah, it is Alvaro Lucas who set the fastest lap there. Still leading, probably oblivious of what had happened behind him. Fratelli now moves into P2 with Galan there. Into P3, we have confirmation of the crash between Dakigan and Matteo Marolanda, who've both been performing so well up to that point. Hopefully they're both all right. It's quite a big one there.
Yeah, it was. Yellow flags now showing as removed in that first sector, but Marolanda, a big shame for him, just crashing, and well, for Dakigan, there's nowhere for him to possibly go out on circuit. But now, after that incident, it has promoted the likes of Fratelli and Galan back onto the podium places. So here is Fratelli, here is Galan. It'd be a good ride for Galan if he was able to pick up a podium place, you would have to say.
Yeah, absolutely. He'll be thrilled with the podium, but that with the riders behind, Irfan Kubeles as well. Ethan Sparks is up to P6, so this could be a real opportunity for the young British talent.
Yeah, it would be. I mean, let's not forget Ethan Sparks, stormed into the RNG British Cup scene last year as a rookie, won the championship as a rookie, and now, well, in the second season in the Moto4 European Cup, really getting his elbows out and showing his true form. Inside the top 10 as things stand, sits in P7 and looking to make a move on what's going to be the number 40. So Cassidy just ahead of him and battling away with the CF Moto Aspar riders too. So Sparks, and what was not a great qualifying, it looks like it could be a good point haul here.
Yeah, absolutely. He'll be very happy with the way things are unfolding so far. His race is really developing nicely. As we look at the battle behind as well. Cratchwell now up to P6. German rider slowly but surely making a name for himself there, doing really well to get into such a positive position, but it's not easy. He's got Leonardo Cassidy just behind him as well as we go through the left hand here, turn 6.
Yeah, as you said, Finn, really good talent as well. The reigning Northern Cup champion, dominated the championship in 2025 alongside a part-time European Cup campaign, and now this season, well, all focus heads on the Momoven Moto4 European Cup, and that's understandable to say the very least. Through turns 9 and turns 10, though, we go yet again, and this group really beginning to bunch up. It's a good scrap they've got in their hands here. 12 laps remaining and building towards to make it 11 laps to go. Remember, we still have Alvaro Lucas leading the race. It's a 2.5 second margin at the front. Simply sensational.
Yeah, he's done that in the course of such a small amount of time. He obviously started from pole, briefly lost P1, but then claimed it back within a couple of corners and just has not let go. He's got his grip firmly grasped around that P1 position, and he's not going to let it go. He's got to be focusing now entirely on his own riding. It's very difficult to be riding alone, and it's got a completely different set of challenges as well for him to try and deal with, but he's barely able to fit into our shot there. The camera people, operators doing everything they can, but Alvaro Lucas, as we said there, just too far ahead to keep in the same shot. This battle behind for P2 and P3, as well as our leader Alvaro Lucas.
Incredible from Lucas, and just to give Savino a little bit of credit, he's still continuing out there on circuit. He's just going down the start-finish straight, but certainly no points on Sunday, you would have to say, for the Leopard rider. Nonetheless, he'll go back on the drawing board for Jerez, where he'll look to challenge Alvaro Lucas, who right now is attempting to make it 3 from 3. Here it's number 20 of Finn Crackerville down the inside, looking to make that move work on Cassidy, and Cassidy, that will be up into P6 for the number 20. So a great move for himself. Well, Finn Crackerville at the moment, a solid job for himself.
Yeah, Alex Zaragoza just behind him as well. So it's very interesting to see how this kind of unfolds.
Here we go.
Cassidy as well, trying to make a move there, not quite close enough. As we go through this complicated beginning to sector 4. Finn Crutchwell really impressive ride so far. As you mentioned there, the Northern Cup. He was quite sensational in that for everyone that watches.
Yeah, now it seems like finally being able to convert that pace on the European stage. Do the good job. He'll have to defend though from the number 40 of Cassidy. This is the battle for P6 out on Circuit. Cabella's just ahead of them as well. The battle for second continues on as well. Pertelli and Galan, there's been no real moves made just yet. And well, Galan, he's doing a good job at the moment of just learning Pertelli's pace, because perhaps not a rider he's used to battling with one-on-one so far this season. Nonetheless, he's able to keep tabs on him, and whether he's biting the screen or not, he's making it look easy.
Yeah, absolutely. A first duel between these two, and they're both capable of meeting and matching the other's capabilities so far. But of course, if they were to battle it out, it wouldn't work in either of their favour, because it would just give Alvaro Lucas that additional space that he needs to build a gap. These two need to be working together, need to be trying to limit the damage that Alvaro Lucas is already doing as he soars ahead at the front of this race.
Yeah, that gap now up to 2.4 seconds. Then it's only about 1/10 of a margin between the likes of Pertelli and Galan. Irfan, well, do not count him out just yet. The number 4 in P4, and if these second and third place riders begin to battle, you have to say the MLAV rider could soon get his name back into the mix. Cabela's as well. Great to see what he could do now that he's not got that penalty. He's got the penalty off his back in race 1, starting from P7 and already up into 5th out on track. But still, 10 laps remaining out on track, and yet it's another advantage at the front. 2.6 seconds, so another 4/10 in the last lap alone. But the battle and all eyes are going to be on Pertelli and Galan, as Galan looks for a move. He's going to be on the wrong side of the circuit though. He's going to have to swoop around the outside, hope he has the more momentum, hope he has more speed. And Pertelli chopping his nose off.
Yeah, there's I think a bit pre-written there, where exactly.
It's a count at Estoril for race 1. It's a count at Estoril for race 1.
Moto2